That's 9 and 10 over there. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this a meeting to order. My name's Ann Morgan. I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. I would like to welcome you all to this hybrid meeting of the board. Joining us in person, we have Member Migliori, Member Chris Brillinger, Councillor Shelley Carroll, and myself as well. Now the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are on as we hold this meeting as a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, as now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The board also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 signed by the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. At this time, are there any declarations of interest under the Code of Conduct for members of a Police Service Board regulation or Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, let me proceed. I will now go through the agenda for holds and approvals. Item number 1 is the confirmation of the minutes from last meeting, which was October 8, 2004. Can I have a motion to approve? Member Migliori, seconded by Member Brillinger, and then all in favor. Seeing none opposed, moving to item number 2, which will be an analytics presentation with a focus on inter-partner violence. We have deputations, so we'll hold that down. Item number 3 is a notice from Dr. Kanagisser as it relates to revisions to the board's procedural bylaw. We have a number of deputations. Item number 4 is an item from Councillor Carroll on the multi-year hiring plan. It's an update, and we do have deputations. Item number 5 is an amendment to the board bylaw number 162, which is the committee's bylaw that governs the appointments committee, and we need to hold that matter down for deputations. Item number 6 is the Toronto Police Service Board 2025 meeting schedule, and there is one deputation on that. Moving to item number 7 is the contract extension as it relates to CopLogic incident reporting system software. There is 2 deputations, so we'll hold number 7 down. Number 8 is a report from Chief Demkew, again, as it relates to contract extension for software licensing. There are deputations for item number 8. We'll hold that down. Item number 9 is also a contract extension for software, specifically from PeopleSoft, and we'll hold that matter down. Moving on to item number 10, again, a contract extension for software licensing, maintenance, and may I have a motion to approve item number 10 as it relates to the Paradigm Business System North America for the asset inventory management system software line. Thank you. Member Brillinger, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Thank you. Item number 10 is approved. Item number 11 is from our city solicitor, Ms. Wahlberg, and it is an agreement as it relates to the TTC special constables. We have deputations. We'll hold that down. Item number 12 is from Chief Demkew. It's the request for funds for the Chief's Gala that we have every year in support of Victim Services Toronto. May I have a motion to approve? Councillor Carroll, may I have a seconder? Member Migliori. Motion approved. Moving on to item number 13 is a request. It's a report from Dr. Kanagisser as it relates to the special funds that we give to the South Asian Internal Support Network Gala. May I have a motion to approve? Member Migliori, seconded by Member Brillinger. All in favor. Number 13 has been approved. Next is item number 14, a report from Dr. Kanagisser. It relates to the adequacy compliance standard of the 2023 body-worn camera audit. And we have only...
Madam Chair, I'd like to hold this item, please.
Oh, thank you. Welcome, Councillor Chang.
Good morning, Chair Morgan.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, I hadn't seen you arrived yet. All right, we'll hold that matter down. Item number 15 is a report from Chief Demke as it relates to the semi-annual publication of expenses, January 1st to January 30th, 2024. We have one written submission by Nicole Corrado. Does anybody have questions on that?
I have a question, but I think I can ask it offline and then release by the time we come back into public.
All right. Would you like me to hold it till you get your answer?
Yeah, if you could hold it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And can you remind me again if you're happy with it, and that way I can deal with the
As
item.
soon as we come back down. Yeah.
Thank you. Item number 16 is the report on training and development by Chief Demke. There are a number of deputations on that matter. We'll hold that matter down. Item number 17 is the use of force report, and we have a number of deputations. We have 2 in person and 1 written, so we will hold that matter down. The next one is a report from our city solicitor, Ms. Wahlberg, and it's an inquest into the death of an unidentified male. And there is a deputation by Ms. Corrado, so we'll hold that down. Number 19 is the Chief's Administrative Investigative Reports. They're 19.1 right through to 19.3. We have a written submission by Nicole Corrado, and we thank her for that thoughtful submission. Are there any other questions on that? Otherwise, I'll make ask for a motion to receive. Councillor Carroll, seconded by Member Brillinger. Thank you. And then moving on to, at this point, we've gone through the public agenda. And I would, at this time, make a motion that the Toronto Police Service Board move in camera before attending to any held public items to discuss the following subject matters in accordance with Section 44.2 of the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019. Number 1, investigative matters. Number 2, operational needs. And item number 3, labor relations matter. We estimate the regular public meeting will resume at approximately 12 p.m. If there are any changes, we will adjust the time and we will keep the public advised accordingly. And may I have a motion, a mover?
Chair, before you continue, just to add to the motion, we'll have under 44.6 also a training session. My apologies.
About that. Again, we, as well as the first 3 areas that I indicated, we'd be meeting in confidence, as well under item 44.6 that we will also be having special training for the board today. So may I have a mover? I'm sorry, I think you had your hand up, Councillor Carroll, and seconded by Member Brigliore. And we will reconvene at 12, or we will keep you apprised if that time changes. Thank you.
Posture, posture, posture. It's live.
Okay, apparently I'm knocking your coffee around.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's my fault.
good.
No,
Yeah, one's for you, one's for Steve.
yeah, like 20 over, and they are trying to figure out what to do.
Put a couple of waters down by your feet.
There's a whole case behind this.
It's not like here I'll have all tables.
Oh, actually, that's Joe Madison tonight, but maybe during the day it's
No, today is, last night was Bassin Weight, and today is chocolate. Yeah, I don't know. So there's Sure. Yeah. Hello, how are you?
There is that.
Good.
No, there is that. And they can, so if I, but if I was driving a person, would I be compelled to? I don't know any of this. I see. You really think she would just I have reversed out of the garage and scratched the entire side of my car. It was my personal car, and didn't even realize that I completely like vacuumed. It's on your investigation.
Steve's gonna follow along while I read.
Yes, Chief. So the time is now 5 after 1, so I'm gonna say about
Of all the cars.
2. Bring you another coffee.
You're a good man.
2 o'clock.
You're a good man.
Like,
I think we're ready to proceed. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for your patience. I'm now going to turn the meeting over to the board's Executive Director, Dr. Buchanan-Gisser, who will go over the meeting's logistics.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who has joined us in person as well as who have called into this meeting. Please note that this meeting is also being live streamed on the Toronto Police YouTube account and will be available. Will be available there at the conclusion of this meeting. Joining us in person, we have Chair Ann Morgan, Vice Chair Lisa Kostakis, Member Nick McGliory, Member Chris Brillinger, Deputy Mayor Amber Morley, Councillor Sherry Carroll, and joining us virtually is Councillor Lee Cheng. We also have members of our board office staff, Chief Demke and his command team, members of the service, and of course, members of the public. We have individuals who have registered to make deputations, both in person as well as virtually, on our agenda items. As per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do a deputation, those who have registered will be called upon to join the meeting. As always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them questions. Chair.
Thank you. Before we go on further with the agenda, I have a motion to make. Today, we have a very large number of deputations, and so I am going to move a motion that the board direct that the time allotted for each deputation be reduced to 3 minutes, and that's in accordance with 17.4 of the board's procedural bylaw. We want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak this afternoon. So I'm making that motion. Seconder, Vice Chair Kostakis, all in favor? And so the deputations will be reduced to 3 minutes today. All right. And now, Chief, over to you for your update, please.
Thank you, Chair. Today I want to provide the board with an update on different issues and some of the projects we've been working on, including crime prevention and traffic management. But before I begin, I want to address the dynamic shooting event that happened last night in the Queen and Dufferin area. Before midnight last night, plainclothes officers were doing a bail compliance check. While officers were stationed in the area, a stolen vehicle pulled up, and 3 males exited the vehicle and began shooting at people at an address in the immediate vicinity. The rival group shot back. Our plainclothes officers found themselves in the middle of the gunfight between these rival groups. Their unmarked vehicle was struck multiple times, and we are very grateful that none of our police officers got hurt. There were dozens of shots fired between the two parties. So far, 16 guns have been seized, including handguns and rifles, and 23 people have been arrested. This investigation is ongoing. These events highlight the importance of the law reform we asked for in the past. Gunfire in our public spaces must be recognized for the harm it causes, not just for those involved directly, but for bystanders and the public at large. I reiterate our call for law reform concerning shootings in public settings. We have asked for law reform concerning circumstances where offenders choose to indiscriminately and brazenly use firearms in public places. Many police leaders have also spoken about the urgent need for justice reform to tackle repeat offenders and return a sense of safety to our communities. And Chair, I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to acknowledge the incredibly challenging and difficult circumstances and dangerous circumstances our members face every day. I want to thank all our members who go into harm's way and specifically acknowledge those members who last night acted swiftly and with courage to apprehend the suspects involved in the shootout. Our members were doing a bail compliance check, and now they have taken at least 16 guns off the streets, preventing untold harm in our communities. Our cops count. Police matter. This work makes a real difference. Now, let's look ahead at what will be a big week for Toronto as the city gears up for a series of 6 Taylor Swift concerts starting Thursday. Swifties of all ages have been eagerly awaiting this moment, and I want residents to know that the Toronto Police Service is committed to ensuring that these events are safe and enjoyable for everyone. Public safety is always our top priority. We're working closely with Rogers Centre, tour organizers, emergency services, and public transit authorities to coordinate everything from emergency response plans to road closures and traffic management. Last month, Deputy Chief Pogue shared with you some of our initiatives to keep the city traffic flowing smoothly, particularly focusing on education and enforcement around blocking the box to support the city's congestion management plan. 2 weeks ago, we released an awareness video that I'd like to play for you today.
The box, basically, is where you put yourself in your vehicle in a situation where you're obstructing the clear pathway of an intersection in the City of Toronto. As long as you're obstructing traffic, you're creating absolute gridlock in the downtown core. If a ticket's going to be issued, it's now $450. That's a significant message. Blocking an intersection has a huge impact on pedestrian safety and the safety of cyclists. When you are blocking an intersection, really what you're doing is you're taking the opportunity for a pedestrian or a cyclist to get through, and you're actually pushing them out potentially into a live lane of traffic. This causes a huge risk to public safety. Blocking the box, our objective here really is to take that vehicle and get them through the intersection safely and clearly so that both pedestrians, cyclists, and micromobility vehicles as well have the opportunity to stay in a safe lane and get from where they're going.
Moving on from the topic of traffic management, I would now like to invite CAO Dhaliwal to talk about some of the findings of the annual use of force report for 2023.
Thank you, Chief. In 2023, there were 1,322 use of force incidents, which represents 0.32% of all our calls attended. Year over year, use of force incidents decreased by 4.7% compared to 2022 and by 12% when comparing to 2019, representing the lowest rate in the last 5 years. This decline is in particular notable when considering the demands for policing have increased. There are a greater number of officers deployed, there are more arrests, and interactions generally with members of the public have increased. And so while this is positive news, we realize we still have more work to do. For example, by better linking the information to our race-based data program and by continuously examining the root causes to minimize these types of incidents. This in part also speaks to our hiring as well as our training, which will continue to emphasize and prioritize de-escalation and communication methods. I will now turn it over to Deputy Chief Johnson, who will give you an update on Project Resolute.
Thank you, CAO Dhaliwal. Chair, when we last met, just a day after October 7th, we provided an update on hate crimes and Project Resolute. Today, I would like to share with you our latest numbers. Since October 7th, 2023, we have made 174 arrests and laid 433 charges in relation to hate crimes. Our expanded hate crime unit continues to investigate every reported incident of hate, including on the ground at demonstrations, to gather evidence and investigate any suspected hate crimes or hate speech or signage. It is important to remember that charges can be laid at any time, whether it's hours, days, or even weeks after an incident. We've seen many examples of this in the recent past, and multiple investigations are still ongoing. As we combat hate crimes, we also continue our outreach efforts. Since October the 7th, 2023, we have made 45,773 visits to various communities and places of worship. Last month, we led a citywide interfaith prayer walk we hosted our annual communion breakfast, and we attended the Cardinals' dinner. Many faith leaders participated in these events, which are meant to build bridges and show that we all stand united against hate and violence. Thank you. I'll now pass it back over to Chief Demke.
Forgive me, I think we're now going to Deputy Pogue, Chair, to discuss the Make the Right Call campaign.
Great, thank you, Chief. Earlier, Chief, you shared and talked about some of our traffic management efforts, but another area in which we've been actively collaborating with the City of Toronto is to reduce 911 answering and response times. Last month, we launched together the joint Make the Right Call education campaign. The objective of this campaign is to reduce the number of non-emergency calls to 911 by increasing understanding of when to call 911 and when to contact an alternate service. We are improving response time, in part because we've added 2 classes of cadets deployed largely to the front line. On top of this, we expect our Make the Right Call awareness campaign to educate the public and to reduce the amount of people calling our 911 line for non-urgent issues. Learning more about other resources available gets people the right help, and it keeps the 911 line open for police, for fire, for paramedics to respond more quickly to emergencies. Another way we are keeping the city safe is through crime prevention. The purpose of Crime Prevention Week was to highlight crime prevention resources and initiatives and to ask residents to get involved. Last week, communities saw our members engage with businesses to promote the Retail Safety and Security Guide. We have conducted crime prevention through environmental design audits. We had booths at Woodside Square Mall and Jane Finch Mall. We hosted a youth safety symposium with a focus on human trafficking and online safety, and much more. As stated in the Community Safety and Policing Act, the duties of a police officer include preventing crimes and other offenses and providing assistance and encouragement to other persons in their prevention. Crime prevention is a shared responsibility. It requires all of us to work together to help keep our homes, our communities, and our workplaces safe. Thank you, and back to Chief Demke.
On the topic of crime prevention, I also want to acknowledge that November is Intimate Partner Violence Awareness Month. Intimate partner violence goes beyond only physical abuse and can include financial, emotional, or spiritual abuse along with coercive control. Unfortunately, many victims suffer in silence. At the beginning of the month, we launched an awareness social media campaign in partnership with Victim Services Toronto. We will be showcasing some of the agencies that can support victims in addition to the police. Later today at this meeting, we will discuss further the topic of intimate partner violence and what we are doing to address it. Whenever I speak with residents, Chair, one of the main concerns I hear about is auto theft. It's important to note that auto thefts have decreased by 21% this year due to the focused responses in 2024. This is good news, but we know there's still a lot of work to do. Last week, we announced the results of Project Warden, led by 53 Division, and we recovered stolen vehicles being fraudulently presented as legitimate used cars to buyers. Over a week ago, we announced the results of Project Thoroughbred, led by the 23 and 31 Division Auto Theft Suppression Units. This ongoing investigation has so far resulted in the arrest of 84 people and the laying of 362 charges. It revealed the existence of chop shops across the city where stolen vehicles are dismantled and prepared for shipment overseas. And in partnership with the Canada Border Service Agency, we recovered stolen vehicles from shipping containers, one of which was located in Belgium. 2 weeks ago, I'm sure some of you saw the video of our officers intercepting a stolen vehicle on Queen Street. We have been able to intercept more stolen vehicles with the help of a new technology introduced earlier this year called the Automated License Plate Recognition System, or ALPR. This ALPR technology automatically scans the license plates of vehicles passing police cars, allowing us to receive real-time alerts. Up to 578 police vehicles have the ALPR system, which can translate to well over 1.1 million plates scanned every 24 hours. In the case of a stolen vehicle, the system alerts the officers and allows them to work tactically and strategically. We are seeing instances of the suspects trying to crash their way out after the cars are blocked in. Just to give you an idea, the plates for the stolen cars are updated daily in our system, and yesterday we had 109,429 plates from stolen vehicles from across the country. In closing, I would like to say a few words about the recent International Association of Chiefs of Police conference that was held last month in Boston. The IACP is the world's largest and most influential professional association for police leaders, counting more than 34,000 members in over 170 countries. It was an opportunity to exchange with partners and colleagues on a wide variety of topics. The Toronto Police Service presented our well-being strategies and programs, and I'm proud to say that people recognized our leadership. In addition to our wellness presentation, 2 Toronto police constables, who are also veterans, presented our military veterans wellness program. More than 87 police services have implemented or are in the process of implementing the program, which has proved to make a significant impact in addressing the needs of veterans to reduce instances of suicide and homelessness. And before I end, I want to add that during the conference in Boston, I was elected to serve as the vice chair of the IACP's Global Policing Committee. This is a great honor for me and a great opportunity for the organization. I look forward to, for the Toronto Police Service, I look forward to working with the chairs of the 7 world regional offices on our mandate to build on our strategic plan for the international programs and activities of the IACP. Engaging internationally is imperative for us to be effective locally, and it aligns with our priority to build trust in our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief, for that update. The next item we'll be moving on to is item number 2, which is the analytics presentation with a focus on intimate partner violence. Is that Director Williams? Good afternoon.
Briefing and overview of the efforts and activities which the service has undertaken in support of IPV. I'm here today with Inspector Gomes and Superintendent Paoletta to provide this overview and share some of these efforts and partnerships with you. I'll note that in addition to the presentation, you will also find a detailed appendix available on the Police Services Board website, which provides even further background to what you're about to hear from us. We're going to begin with an overview of the trending information, so the past 10 years of incidents of IPV reported to the Toronto Police Service. You'll note this trend has a range that's approximately between 15,000 and 19,000 reports per year. There are some variations within that range on an annual basis or within years. However, that range has been relatively consistent throughout that period. Between last year and this year, there's approximately a 1.4% increase. And it is very important to note that this is the same data that we use at the command level to understand the insights and trends, how this represents across our various communities, and is also used at frontline divisional and specialized operations levels for a lot of the assessment and response to IPV across the city. As we think about this information and we examine it internally, we also share this with partners. And representing this at the City of Toronto neighborhood level is an important way to deliver this. Of course, we know there's 158 neighborhoods across the city, and as we examine partnerships and look for opportunities to collaborate, looking at all of this from a community safety and well-being perspective is critical for us. And so recognizing where safe TO zones play a role and our partners across various agencies within this space. The trends across IPV, from looking at rates as one example, they vary neighborhood by neighborhood. You'll notice some areas in darker blue are represented as higher rates of IPV, and lighter colors are lower rates of IPV. And some of those trends should be notable and discernible, where we recognize this as an opportunity, again, to generate those insights which are shareable with partners, that offer opportunities for collaboration and facilitate a lot of the important work that members across the service undertake in response to IPV. We do even further analysis at the micro levels of geography, again, looking at those shareable insights that we can provide not only within the organization, but to our partners as well. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Inspector Gomes for some of those approaches now.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Williams. The Toronto Police Service recognizes that intimate partner violence, IPV, is a serious issue that has a direct impact on community safety and well-being. We are committed to continue our role in necessary multi-sectoral service approach in response. Our goals, as listed here, to reduce the incidence of intimate partner violence in the community through multi-sectoral collaboration and education, to thoroughly investigate all intimate partner violence, bringing offenders to justice wherever possible, to enhance the safety of victims through prompt action, including referrals to other community partners, and to build effective, impactful partnerships with community support agencies to ensure a victim-focused response. New recruits, pre-graduation, frontline officers participating in their annual in-service training, coach officer and probationary sergeant onboarding all receive IPV-focused training, ensuring their comprehension of related policy, victim-centered trauma-informed approach, and available community support services. Specialized training is provided for IPV investigators who are embedded in each division. APV-accredited investigators case manage all IPV investigations, contributing to a more victim-centric response, enhancing victim safety while exercising a trauma-informed approach. In building effective partnerships with community support agencies to ensure a victim-focused response, we continue to partner in many initiatives which informs our response. Two noteworthy initiatives we participate in are the Toronto Region Intimate Partner Violence High Risk Committee. This has a mandate to facilitate a timely, coordinated, and effective criminal justice response to high-risk cases involving IPV. This is achieved through the identification, monitoring, and management of high-risk IPV cases with the goal of committee partners sharing information and working collaboratively to enhance the safety of victims and survivors, their families, and the general community in a manner that is trauma-informed and takes into account the intersectional identities of survivors. The Intimate Partner Violence Advisory Committee provides a forum for information sharing between multiple, multidisciplined community agencies with a specific emphasis on improving follow-up support for survivors. We acknowledge that referrals to community support partner agencies are fundamental in removing barriers for victims and survivors to report IPV and get the support necessary in navigating through their journey. Currently, there are upwards of 16 community support partner agencies that we collaborate with to assist victims and their families. Frontline members have immediate direct access to many, including Victim Services Toronto, domestic violence care centers at both Women's College and Scarborough Birchmount hospitals, various children's aid societies, and MCIS language services. One referral agency worth noting here, due to its innovative concept, is Safe Pet Ontario. Many survivors of IPV will not leave their abuser if they cannot take their pets with them to safety. This program removes this barrier for those hoping to find safety. Many local shelters and interim housing do not allow animals. Safe Pet connects pets to foster families while their owners find the support, stability, and safety they need. I'll now introduce Superintendent Paletta from Community Policing Engagement Unit to speak further on our continued efforts on the broader IPV awareness and crime prevention initiatives.
Thank you, Inspector Gomes. As November marks IPV Awareness Month, the service implemented a comprehensive and multifaceted strategy involving collaboration with our community partner agencies, our consultative committees, our community safety networks, and service members, each of whom has an essential role to play. This strategy supports or augments all of the vital work the service is already committed to in the area of IPV investigations, prevention, and awareness. The objectives for this campaign and beyond is to raise IPV awareness in Toronto, to assist in prevention by advancing available community resources, to stop victimization, to increase the public's awareness of the resources in collaboration with our community partners, to provide internal training to our service members, focusing on the importance of referrals and timely community engagement to support crime prevention, and ultimately to reduce IPV through increased referrals to victim services. To achieve these objectives, we have created an educational pamphlet and poster for dissemination with a QR code for immediate access to information and community resources. These materials are designed to inform and empower our residents, providing crucial information and resources to those in need. We developed a social media strategy to engage the community, and this includes a congruent plan to share our content with community partners such as Toronto Community Housing, Toronto Transit Commission, Public Health, and school boards. These materials will also be shared through our other established networks, such as colleges and universities and hospitals. Our consultative committees will support the distribution of information. These efforts will be coordinated to ensure engagement of local BIAs and community organizations within their respective channels. As part of our active role in this campaign, our liaison officers will produce podcasts focusing on IPV. These sessions will be co-developed with input from the respective consultative committees to recognize the cultural differences within our communities. Our divisional crime prevention officers will host information sessions in the communities and neighborhoods to share resources at identified locations within their divisions. A strategic and comprehensive plan will support the rollout and prioritization of this vital undertaking. We have also scheduled internal training with our members, highlighting the importance of referrals and timely community engagement as crime prevention as an element in this campaign. The Safe TO Violence Prevention Liaison Officer will continue collaborating with the City of Toronto to share analytics and information to support program alignment in this area. Now, in addition to these very important efforts, neighborhood community officers across the service will promote the Ask for Angela campaign. This project, introduced by Victim Services Toronto last year, involves a person discreetly approaching staff members at participating venues and requesting Angela as a code phrase for immediate help. The service also leveraged this month's Provincial Crime Prevention Awareness campaign as an opportunity to share IPV resources, as we also identified this issue as an organizational priority in this campaign. Further, at last week's symposium, as mentioned by the Deputy, 150 student and partners and stakeholders received education on human trafficking and awareness. The service is committed to ongoing initiatives that raise IPV awareness and prevention through community engagement. While these initiatives continue, a new corporate program within community partnerships known as Project Hope is targeted to launch in 2025. This program provides resources and information to new Canadians in Toronto. In all of the scheduled information sessions, IPV awareness and resources will be a reoccurring theme to support individuals and families during a challenging transitional period. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to share this information today, and this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that excellent presentation. We have in the interim a number of deputations, the first one being Deepa Matu, virtually.
Thank you for this opportunity to depute, as well as for the service. About the Toronto Police Services, thank you for the presentation that was just done. My name is Deepa Matu. I'm Executive Director of the Schleifer Community Clinic. It's an organization in existence for around close to 39 years in Toronto. We provide wraparound services for survivors of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. Last year, we served 16,000 survivors, offering legal assistance, counseling, and interpretation services. I've reviewed the report, and here are a couple of observations that I want to share with all of you. The report shows that 1.39% cases of IPV incidents increased in this past year. It also shows that in 2023, IPV incidents made up to 3.4% of all use of force incidents. So, despite the efforts made by the Toronto Police Services to reduce IPV-related incidents and homicides through education, law enforcement, and partnerships, these efforts are, considering everything we just heard, are insufficient. Here is a problem that I can identify for all of you. The TPS approach to IPV-GBV focuses on documenting efforts, and it doesn't really discuss the desired outcomes. It talks about current efforts, but doesn't talk about the challenges and the required resources that are needed. There is a need for detailed analysis of the past programs, what has worked, what has not worked, and the recommendation for a meaningful intervention. There is a lack of intersectional approach. So there is a lack of intersectional approach that considers the overlapping experiences of GBV, such as non-status survivors, racialized individuals, and those with disabilities. An intersectional approach is crucial for addressing a full scope of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. Here are some facts for you based on the experiences of the clinic. We believe that there is a need for the TPS to improve understanding and response strategies for the cases related to coercive control and litigation abuse. We work with a lot of survivors who are experiencing coercive control and legal manipulation by their abusers, and we see that TPS is not able to analyze those cases and at times becomes an accessory to supporting the abusers in the incidents of reporting. We also see there is an inconsistent response to the survivors of sexual assault. So the current protocols are not standardized, sometimes which leads to variety of experiences. At times, the experiences are really good, on point, the way it should be. And in other situations, we see officers who are not trained, not handled, not knowing the partners like Barbara Schleifer Clinic in the city, handling the cases. We also see lack of professionalism in these cases. I was really, really happy to hear the mention of coercive control in the meeting today, because what we see repeatedly at the clinic is that the cases of coercive control are not understood by the officers. And what actually lands up happening is the criminalization of the survivors. This is an area which I would request that TPS must prioritize. You should prioritize training.
Ms. Matu, your time is up. Apologize, it was 3 minutes today. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Matu? Councillor Chang has a question for you, Ms. Matu.
Thank you, Deepa, for taking the time out of your very busy schedule, I'm sure, serving some of the most vulnerable women in our city. You mentioned that you felt that the officers were not trained and lacked understanding, in particular around coercive control. I wonder if you could expand upon that. What do you mean by, what have you seen or heard that would cause you to think that?
In the cases of coercive control, I think one piece, thank you, Councillor Chen, for asking the question first. But in the cases of the coercive control, I think what is lacking in understanding for most of the officers is it's the pattern of abuse, which means it's not an incident-based approach. And most officers are very well trained on incident-based approach. Again, I want to acknowledge, I'm not talking about all officers, but a lot of people we work with and the officers they deal with, they do not have the understanding of the context of the violence, which means there has been series of experiences of violence, series of experiences of financial control and control of people's life choices, control over people's choices of who they can talk to, not talk to, and so on and so forth. So instead of looking at the context of violence, they look at the incident of the violence, which has, in our cases, the ones we have worked with, we see that there is a lot of manipulation of the situation that happens. And the officers land up charging either the abuser or both parties, or in many cases, what we see is the survivor alone is being charged. And that's the context of the coercive control that, unfortunately, I feel that officers don't have training to capture, because it's not an incident, it's a series of events.
You mentioned about victims or survivors being charged themselves. Is that something that happens commonly?
In the clinic's experience, and I shared with you that we serve around 16,000 people a year. In clinic's experience, we serve around 4 to 5 people every week who have gone through the experience of being charged. And some of these cases don't even proceed, don't even go any further because organizations like ours or Elizabeth Press Society, we intervene, we try to negotiate the situation with the Crown. But it's, I would say, and I would not be hesitation, I won't hesitate to say that it is colossal wastage of public money when those kind of cases are even being registered and the charges are even being laid.
And do you see an opportunity perhaps that we could have a future meeting where you bring your very important background and experience to speak into how we might strengthen our training in order to address this situation and prevent it from happening in the future?
Absolutely, I would welcome and invite any of such opportunities. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Deepa.
Thank you. The next deputant is Marissa Kokoros. Yes, please.
Before you start my time, I just want to say that giving 3 minutes to community organizations who do this work day in and day out is not valuing what we are bringing to this meeting at all. One of the points that was just shared was building community with the GBV sector, and here you are limiting. This is important stuff. So I think, I just saw my colleague Deepa rush through her deputation, and I think valuing what we are saying today means giving us a little more time. 5 minutes is already limited, we took it. But I would ask for you to extend everyone's time to 5 minutes again today, because that's what we prepared for.
Thank you, and I really appreciate your comment, and sometimes we've had to do that, especially with a lot of deputants. What I will suggest, and I am interested, and so is the board, interested in everything you have to say, and thank you for your work in the community. If you wish today to supplement additional comments with written and submit it to the board, we'd be happy, and we'd be interested to have the supplement to your 3 minutes. Okay, please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Marissa Kokoros, and I'm the ED of Aura Freedom, working in Toronto to eradicate violence against women and human trafficking. In 2023, Aura Freedom initiated the urgent call to action that resulted in the City of Toronto declaring intimate partner violence an epidemic, a project which we co-led with Women's Habitat of Etobicoke. Last week, we were also one of the presenters at the human trafficking event with 300 youth across Toronto. Today, we see TPS recognizing IPV. This is a good thing, I want to say. With over 15,000 incidents in the latest report, no one can deny anymore IPV exists. But the truth is, we had 15,000 last year. IPV has been declared an epidemic in the city. Thus, TPS must drastically change the way it sees it, moving past acknowledgement to truly understanding this human rights abuse. Moreover, reducing IPV will see a reduction in all other crimes that are so deeply related to intergenerational trauma caused by family violence. According to the data, which we know is the tip of the iceberg, IPV is consistently one of the most reported crimes. Yet in our family and friend circles, we likely hear more about car theft. Auto theft, 7,300 incidents. IPV and sexual violence combined, 17,000. At what point does TPS screech to a halt and say, this is an emergency? What we're doing is not working. Can TPS not mobilize to end violence against women and children as they have for stolen cars? Men's violence against women is preventable, not inevitable and not private. GBV prevention must be integrated into TPS culture year-round. Isolated initiatives like we've heard, which are good steps in the right direction, and like the video released for Crime Prevention Week, are ineffective alone. However, as part of an integrated TPS-specific plan developed with community stakeholders at the table and regularly evaluated, far more meaningful. That is my recommendation today. The TPS plan to address gender-based violence. It would take a whole-of-agency approach aligned with community recommendations, such as those from us and those of us here today who are not on your list of community organizations, with a separate Indigenous-led component to address missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. The plan would be designed to address the root causes of GBV. Okay, that exists in all of our daily lives, including within TPS and all of our workplaces, like patriarchy, sexism, and systemic racism. Serving and protecting women entails understanding the drivers of violence against them. Under this new plan, there are specific actions TPS can take to move upstream and contribute to prevention. I was going to highlight a few today, but my time is limited and has been limited even more. Some of it was training, but deeper training on different forms of IPV, GBV, femicide, developing a TPS femicide protocol to become a leader in police services, and different mechanisms and features like specialized female officers for women disclosing violence, breaking down silos and working with city departments like the Toronto Community Crisis Service Mobile new service, forming partnerships with TPS and them to support survivors who will never call the police for a myriad of reasons. And we're happy to see TPS has committed in strengthening partnerships with us, GBV organizations, and that entails valuing what we say today, changing the narrative. The media significantly shapes how gender-based violence...
Sorry, I really do have...
Okay, I tried.
To go on for...
Yeah.
I think you've had your 5 minutes. And at this time, are there any questions of Ms. Kokoros? Councillor Carroll.
Yes. You raised something that I don't think we've really talked about, and that is the concept of I think you were talking about referring, because I don't know if victims of IPV are calling TCCS or calling 911 and making that choice. But what you're talking about is introducing that they be referred to TCCS agencies that could spend a little more time with them?
I think that it should be explored. I think it's a great new mobile service, and I believe that those mobile crisis workers would also get some training. And I think that there could be a referral service between TPS and the TCCS, yes.
Yes, because I believe you might even know better than I. Some of the agencies that we use to deliver TCCS in partnership with the city, similar, that it's seen as mental health work, but they may also be agencies that have an IPV program somewhere else in their roster.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And it could also be secondary prevention, so not just survivors, but men who are using violence and who are experiencing mental health crises and need that support too. So we would actually stop the violence before it starts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Chang?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming to make this deputation today. I wanted to understand a little bit about upstream. We know upstream investments are really important to achieving our goals, especially in reduction of IPV. And you talked about training as an upstream investment. Could you elaborate a little bit more about what that deeper training would encapsulate?
Yes. Thanks, Councillor Cheng, for that question. First up, femicide. So over the past 5 years, femicide's been steadily rising in Canada. And if we view this as the most, and it is the most extreme form of male violence against women, the increase in femicides could be an indicator that violence, intimate partner violence, is escalating more frequently. So that should be sounding an alarm. More women and their children are experiencing worsening violence behind closed doors, choosing carefully every word they say, every article of clothing they put on in the morning, just walking on eggshells just to avoid the explosions. There is an urgent need for TPS to recognize the risk factors of femicide, so real deep training there, and the sector can support with that, and take action to protect women and children when they see these risk factors, when those flags go off: escalating violence, strangulation, stalking, including tech-facilitated stalking. So with high quality and frequent and evaluated training, as far as I saw from the report and in our research, Current training for TPS is a self-evaluation on change behavior, which I think has its issues. And I think better prevention of femicide is possible. Secondly, Deepa mentioned coercive control. Not all survivors will look afraid or model the perfect victim. We need TPS officers to understand that the exact same woman who called 911 might shut the door in their face when they get to the house. That's deep, real understanding of IPV. This will support the officers responding to understand. Abuse is confusing on purpose. So even those of us who work in this space learn something new every day. It might also support TPS to understand how the abusers are often those who press charges. We have all supported a woman who's been charged or even jailed for crimes that she didn't commit, especially racialized women, and impunity for those who cause harm. So we all have very different views on what works and punishment, but TPS, I believe, wants to punish offenders. They're not being punished. Coercive control is also a trafficker's favorite tool. Okay, so it's in their tool belt, it's the number one. So knowing this and knowing how intimate partner violence is deeply connected, how survivors are often forced to carry drugs and arms for their pimps and for their traffickers to recruit others. We're seeing recruiting happening in domestic violence shelters in Canada, in Toronto, in the 14 shelters in Toronto. So I think understanding these would really, really lift up the force.
This is very insightful information. I look forward to arranging future opportunities to dig deeper with regard to training. And I just wonder, from your perspective, looking at this report, what other metrics would you like to see being measured in terms of data?
We didn't see any human trafficking data, and I know that one's complex. We've seen an increase in human trafficking survivors access GBV services, so it's crucial to examine that and the outcomes of the IPV calls, the trajectory of those calls, what happens. That would be really valuable information for the sector too. We all have a role to play. We don't expect TPS to make this go away tomorrow. It's all of our responsibility. Regarding the categories of assault, shootings, stabbings, how many of those incidents involve gender-based violence? We have to understand that intimate partner violence is a gendered crime. We see TPS recognizing that men can experience it 100%. We will never say that they can't, but overwhelmingly, it's men committing violence against women. So what about those other categories? In terms of homicide, how many of those were femicides or filicides, men killing their wife and children for trying to leave? Why can't we track this data more accurately? If the issue is that femicide is not mentioned in the criminal code, I will say that domestic violence is not either, and neither is the word intimate partner violence, but TPS captures data on that. I got lots. The Ottawa Police Service recently used the term femicide, and the subsequent media reports from that were wonderful, and we think it's a positive step in the right direction. So this shift, I will note, was coming from the sector, but I do believe femicide should be investigated and explored using the term femicide. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much
Thank you
for
so
Thank you
much.
for the time. I appreciate it.
The next deputant is Harmy Mendoza from Women Act. Good afternoon. And
good afternoon. Can you hear me?
we can.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am Harmy Mendoza, Executive Director of Women Act. Women Act is a charitable organization that for over 2 decades has addressed gender-based violence and promoted gender equity through strategic partnerships with a focus on research, policy, and education. Today, I am sharing with you 4 recommendations in light of the concerning increase in reported incidents of intimate partner and family violence since last year. Our 4 recommendations are: number 1, changing our language around IPV. Acknowledging and raising awareness about intimate partner violence as a public health issue is crucial. survivors, researchers, and community organizations have highlighted its profound impact on physical and mental health and the significant economic consequences. Having a shared language around an issue supports collaborative efforts and builds trust with survivors. Number two, education and training. We commend the Toronto Police Services for its commitment to reducing IPV through education, particularly its trauma-informed training at the Toronto Police College. To further enhance this impact, we recommend expanding the curriculum to include anti-racism, anti-oppression, and gender-based violence training from a survivor-centered perspective, equipping officers with the frameworks necessary for effective supportive engagement with IPV survivors. It is also crucial to ensure that a wide range of law enforcement personnel are trained to recognize and respond effectively to both perpetrators and survivors. Collaborative, bi-directional training between the anti-violence against women sector and the police has shown strong outcomes in identifying risks indicators. Um, I'm gonna step to the last one, which is the key one, I think, but it's about coordinated and comprehensive data collection. A comprehensive, coordinated approach to collecting, monitoring, and providing open access to IPV and GBV data is currently lacking, which limits the ability to inform actionable change and policy. For example, today's presentation displayed a dashboard showing year-to-date reported incidents with IPV, intimate partner and family violence cases reaching over 15K, reflecting a 1.39% increase from last year. Additionally, almost 3,000 sexual violence cases were reported, and this is an 11.84 rise, along with 74 homicides, marking a 25% increase. However, it is unclear whether an IPV incident leading to femicide would be counted under both IPV and homicide or exclusively as IPV. Without clear, transparent methods for data collection and interpretation, the true extent of IPV remains underestimated and is obstructing efforts to assess and respond effectively to IPV and GBV. And to address this, police and the VAW sector should collaborate to identify essential data points in consultation with survivors and community representatives. This data should be systematically collected and made publicly accessible, enabling researchers, VAW organizations, and policymakers to drive informed actions.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Your time's up. Any questions of Ms. Mendoza?
I have a question.
All right, Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza, for coming and making a deputation today. You talked about data and collaboration, and I wonder if you have any examples of how TPS could collaborate with the GBV sector.
Absolutely. We would love to engage in deep, meaningful collaboration with TPS. And one of them is exactly that, data collection. We can provide recommendations. We can aim to create proper responses related to Toronto Police Services. But we could only develop something that is very meaningfully if we recognize where are we seeing the breakdown between victims accessing proper and responsive care. And that could be, some of my colleagues mentioned about different models. For example, like the ones we have in regards to those who experience mental health issues. So maybe pairing a police officer with a social worker or violence against women expert to a call of domestic violence could be a potential model. Maybe some others that have worked. So the meaningful collaboration, it's related to where is the breakdown happening. Are women, are victims, are survivors contacting TPS? How many of those are contacting, and what was all the service provision? And do those victims really truly achieve a life free from violence? Or were they charged? We talk about coercive control. I want to introduce another term, primary aggressor. You know, we know women can defend themselves because they're being victimized. And if they defend themselves, does that mean that they are abusers? Or has there been a pattern of abuse that makes the abuser the primary aggressor? If that's the case, why are victims then being charged? So we need to really truly understand through a well-developed data collection system that tells us where is the breakdown and why is that we have not eliminated or are close to eliminate gender-based violence. It's not going to be until we all meaningfully take part of addressing the issue that that's going to happen. And when I say that, like my colleague said, I'm talking about everyone, everywhere. Is the Toronto Police Services, is those who are serving drinks at different bars and clubs, like this really cool project we just learned through the presentation. It's about everyone, everywhere, because chances are we all know someone who is going through it, but she may not have the tools, the information, the different challenges that she may be dealing before she even report to anyone. Nevertheless, the Toronto Police Services.
Those are some wonderful examples. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mendoza, for coming out and sharing today. The next deputant is Carla Nito from the Women's Habitat of Etobicoke.
Good afternoon. Can you tell we have a lot to say?
Right, so good afternoon. I will go whenever you're ready.
I will go off script because 3 minutes is not enough. My name is Carla Neto. I'm the Executive Director of Women's Habitat of Etobicoke. 46 years ago, we opened our 25-bed emergency shelter in South Etobicoke, and in 2006, we had to open an outreach center because the need for services increased. I'd like to share some stats today. So last fiscal year, we answered 1,100 crisis calls on our phone. 100 women were referred to us by other agencies. We housed 81 women and children at our emergency shelter who stayed an average of 6 to 8 months. And we have been seeing at our shelter an increase in survivors who are both experiencing IPV and human trafficking. Imagine the complexity. We served at our outreach center 517 survivors of IPV and GBV last year. So Toronto has declared IPV and GBV epidemics. Now what? What does it mean for TPS? We've been working with Councillor Cheng, with City, with our partners in the sector, with anyone who wants to listen, and we are recommending, we are making recommendations for a strategy that meaningfully will address this issue. But an effective and intentional IPV and GBV strategy for Toronto requires that Toronto Police Services play a fundamental role in both developing, implementing strategies to combat and address IPV. And it has to be a multifaceted, including prevention, intervention, coordination with other agencies, as my colleagues have said. So I do also have some recommendations. I know you talked about trauma-informed practice, trauma-informed training. You've talked about all the training that you're doing. How are you implementing the trauma-informed principles in the day-to-day work of the officers? That's one thing that you need to look at. But before that, you need to recognize that patriarchy, colonialism, misogyny, and sexism are root causes of IPV, and publicly recognize the epidemic nature of IPV and GBV as an intentional demonstration of your position, of this organization position on this issue. You need to meaningfully engage survivors, service providers, agencies on the issue, and advocates to assist in the development of whatever strategy that you're thinking of implementing, which must align and acknowledge its epidemic proportion. These issues have gone beyond being a social issue. It's now a public health and safety issue. You talked about adopting trauma-informed AREO, you need to adopt as well a harm reduction. You need more training on coercive control. And as others have said already, it is not for you to do alone. It's for us to do together. We signed the protocol. Shelters across the city signed the protocol with you. And that protocol needs to be implemented. So I recommend that each division in this city connect with an organization or a shelter in their divisions, and we start the work. This work is not to be done in isolation, it's to be done collaboratively. And just one more thing, sorry, about the stats.
I'm sorry, Ms. Nito, your time is up, but there are questions,
Yes.
and I think you're going to get to elaborate some of the things that you've been saying. First of all, Deputy Mayor Morley has a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you for joining us today, Carla.
Thank you.
It's great to see you today and really appreciate your leadership in the sector. You mentioned, and we heard from the presentation as well from yourself, what a complex and sort of multi-jurisdictional, multi-partner issue this is, and that the long-term impactful solution is going to take all of our work in a coordinated way. You mentioned, though, that TPS's role is fundamental as part of this work, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to unpack that a little bit for us and why that is, in your view.
It is because the Toronto Police Services is a critical stakeholder in the city. Our brothers and sisters in blue, if I may, are part of the community. And if TPS signals that this is an issue that is not their issue, it's not a geographical issue, that this is an issue that impacts us all, and that TPS is willing and intentionally engaging community, engaging survivors, engaging those of us who live and breathe this issue. It works. Building community works. And I tell you one thing, it took 30 years for TPS and the shelter network to sign a protocol. 30 years. I don't get this face fool you, because I've been in this work for over 30 years. It took 30 years. Guess what? I didn't wait for 30 years. I went into 22 Division. I knocked on the door and I introduced myself and my colleague, and we had a conversation. And it works because when we need supports, we call 22 Division, they're there. It works, right? So we need to do more of that. We need to ensure that survivors and victims are not afraid to call the police. Could you imagine being in trouble and not wanting to call the police or 911 for supports? Why is that happening? Why are certain communities geographically reporting more and not others? So in terms of data, it's important for us to analyze the data, because otherwise it's just infographics, right? You need to know why this is happening. And the why will lead us to developing strategies that will get to the root of the issues, right? We're all in this together, guys. We are. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes. Thank you. One of the things I guess I'm most interested is better understanding how TPS can do the best job of collaborating, of engaging and working with other stakeholders in the sector. You've just talked about a very local approach that has produced results, that has created the kind of interaction that is ultimately beneficial to the women we're trying to help. How might we translate that to the systems level, right? How can we kind of grow that to that broader systems conversation? Because I'm not quite sure that we're there yet at that level.
Okay, I think it may sound strange, but it really starts at the local. It starts with individually, as a human being who wears the uniform, right? Believe truly that this issue is unacceptable, right? And believe that we are all students of patriarchy, right? We all went to the same school and believe that there is a way for us to change the mindset. And it starts at home, right? But it also starts with connecting with your neighbors. It starts with connecting with your colleagues, with the schools. I say we need to start at the daycare. The police has influence, and it has a role to play to serve and protect, right? So making use of your platform to actually say, hey, it's not okay. Men's violence against women is wrong, right? Not all men are bad, right? So part of what we are doing in our sector is engaging men to take on the work, because we have been carrying the load for way too long, right? It's your turn. And we are here to support. So taking it from the grassroots and taking it upstream, working with organizations, not just organizations that are downstream like mine in terms of providing services and so on, but actually looking at research and working with organizations like Barbara Schleifer and Aura Freedom that can provide you with information around research, around the root causes and the dynamics. One of the things we're struggling with right now is that dynamic of IPV and human trafficking. One of the things that these human traffickers do is to engage the victim in criminality, right? Because once they do that, you on the hook. That's it. Are you going to call the police? No, you're not. So having that understanding, having strategies to address that, to ensure that victims are not going to be criminalized, is something that we need to do. We need to really change it from the bottom and go up. Nothing is going to happen systemically if the individual doesn't change, right? I hope I answered your question. Thank you. Anyone else before I go?
That's what I was going to say. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to ask questions.
Sorry, the issue of women being criminalized, the issue of survivors being charged, it's happening. It's happening. We see them in our workplace. We see them as our clients, where, sadly, aggressors and abusers are getting very smart, scratching themselves, and telling the police, look what she did. And the police is charging the victim because she doesn't look the part. Maybe she's not crying. Maybe she's not bleeding. And so those are some of the conversations that we need to have, but not in this setting. 3 minutes really doesn't do us justice, and not just us, you as well. So you know where we are. Come over, visit. Have real conversations with us. You're not going to do it alone, and we won't do it alone either. So,
thank you. I think Vice Chair Kostakis has a question. So you can't step away yet. So
well, it's more of a comment, I think, just to follow up on what the chair said too, that I think I really want to encourage everyone to submit everything that you talked about as well, if you can formally, but also when you talked about, and I come from 36 years in social work as well and whatnot in the sector, and working a lot with young people that are in these situations and domestic violence or intimate partner violence. So I think those partnerships and reaching out into the CPLCs and to the focus tables and other partners like you talked about, because it's going to take the village for sure. And it's been, like you said, full circle.
Yes.
And a lot has progressed and resources where intimate violence before, intimate partnership violence, unless the survivor placed a charge, you couldn't charge before, well, police can now. So I think it's like, to Member Brillinger's point about systemically too, that we definitely need to work all together systemically. So I think what you're doing with 22 Division or the different divisions within the different areas that I've worked in the city too is really accessing the police as a huge stakeholder in moving the system along and using their platform with that influence and the partnerships. But I think just moving on and encouraging everybody
I wish I could ask you a question.
To proceed on that.
Yeah. Do you believe it's an epidemic? You
I
do?
think it has been declared,
IPV.
so
No, it has been declared.
absolutely.
But do you believe it?
I could only speak for myself, but absolutely I can with my background. So at the end of the day, though, when we talk about we're not engaging with this because it's not fair to everybody else to speak, but I would just encourage everyone to submit everything.
It's been
in
an
writing.
epidemic for a
Yeah.
while. I was
Very-
a
yeah,
prosecutor for
36 years.
31 years. I
Thank
hear
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank
and please
you.
do reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Sammy Pritchard, who I believe is joining us virtually from the WCA Toronto. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Go ahead when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning, or good afternoon, sorry everyone. My name is Sammy Pritchard and I am the Director of Advocacy and Communications for YWCA Toronto, which is the city's largest multi-service nonprofit organization serving more than 1,300 people annually, primarily women, girls, and gender diverse folks. Our services include an array of programming to support those who are fleeing gender-based violence, including housing and shelter and therapies. But in the interest of time, I won't share more about those right now. First, I want to, of course, extend our gratitude to the Toronto Police Service Board for including intimate partner violence on your agenda today. This is a great moment. The rise in reported cases, though, signals a broader societal issue, but we must also remember that this is only the tip of the iceberg. Many cases of intimate partner violence go unreported, and the 1.5% increase is not an indicator of success, but rather a reflection of a small portion of the epidemic of IPV that continues to unfold in our city. Notably, and as you've heard, this violence disproportionately impacts Indigenous, Black, and racialized women, queer and trans women, and those with disabilities and precarious immigration status, communities who we also know are less likely to report incidents of violence to the police for a host of reasons, including history of systemic racism within the criminal justice system, as well as fear that police involvement will cause further harm or even result in the survivor being criminalized. While law enforcement can be an avenue that people in crisis choose to use, we do not believe that the police should be the primary responders to intimate partner violence. The root causes of IPV are deeply entrenched in societal issues such as gender inequality, systemic violence, and economic oppression, and these require a whole of society response that goes beyond the traditional role of policing. However, for those who do seek police support, it is crucial that the response they receive is not re-traumatizing, criminalizing, or harmful. We are encouraging a police response to IPV that is trauma-informed, that is culturally appropriate, and focused on safety, care, and dignity for survivors. Efforts to address this violence cannot simply be tacked on as add-ons to existing systems or programs. True transformation will require a deep, sustained commitment to change within every level of the police service. It requires organizational shifts, and it demands real ongoing consultation with the gender-based violence sectors and communities who are most affected by IPV. It also requires a rigorous evaluation framework that measures outcomes. I know I only have 3 minutes, so I'll just really quickly highlight our recommendations. The first is that consideration be given to the expansion of 211 to serve as a supplemental response for GBV-related calls. Second, that the service consult and collaborate with experts in the GBV sector, including those in the community sector, and to ensure that any IPV-related training is rigorous and aligned with survivors' needs, and also to develop a comprehensive tailored plan that addresses the unique challenges and opportunities specific to law enforcement's role in IPV prevention and response. To ensure that data related to IPV cases, including information officers' response and outcomes, is collected and analyzed in a way that highlights systemic issues and gaps in service delivery and goes beyond delivery and evaluation to taking action. I'll end by just saying we're heartened by the focus of intimate partner violence in today's report and in today's presentation. There's no denying the crisis at hand. I think it's safe to say that with what we've heard, but we are concerned about the lack of recognition of the scale of this epidemic and what we're seeing as action items moving forward. And we do believe that TPS has an opportunity to act in partnership with the community by also publicly acknowledging this epidemic. And we urge you to adopt a more comprehensive, outcomes-oriented approach that is trauma-informed, community-centered, and deeply integrated into the TPS culture. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pritchard. Anyone have any questions of Ms. Pritchard? Councillor Chang?
Thank you, Ms. Pritchard, for making this deputation. Really welcome your voice and expertise on this matter. I think we've heard from several of the deputations, including yours, that you're seeking greater collaboration, that, we can't tackle this alone. One agency or organization can combat this epidemic. And on this report, we see the list of several organizations that have been looped into the conversation, and perhaps they have been working on this existing framework. But we also see perhaps there's some missing voices, including yours, the many who came to make deputations today. And I'm wondering if you could suggest, what is the gap that currently exists that could be addressed to foster that more collaborative approach? We have SafeTO happening. There is they are consulting with victim services, with Scarborough Women's Center. So there are groups that are being represented, including the Domestic Violence Advisory Committee, which already exists. But somehow, with all of these pieces that we see in this report, I'm still hearing that this collaborative knowledge sharing is not happening. And I'm wondering if you could speak to the gap that everyone is kind of highlighting for us.
Yeah, I think a lot of that has been shared already. And I think that in regards to collaboration between the gender-based violence sector and police services, I think it's really critical in our efforts to ensure that a more holistic, effective, survivor-centered response to IPV will be had. And while I think that there's also very distinct roles between the two, the GBV sector and law enforcement, working together in a coordinated way can create a more supportive environment for survivors who choose to access police services and perhaps improve overall outcomes. So some things that come to mind is around training and capacity building. So co-designing training programs to ensure that the training that officers are receiving are trauma informed and are coming with response and recommendations from experts in the field and the sector and survivors as well. Developing different protocols and referral pathways. I mentioned 211. We know that IPV does not affect those who experience it directly, or only affect those who experience it directly, rather, but every corner of our society. Children, families, communities, and workplaces all bear the indirect consequences of IPV, and it is a public health issue and a societal epidemic that requires that whole of society response, not simply a law enforcement response. So this is where having consideration given to something like the expansion of 211, the Toronto Community Crisis Service, to serve as that supplemental response could be really crucial and move things forward in a good way.
Great, thank you very much for that input.
Thank you. Any more questions from any more board members? Thank you very much, Ms. Pritchard. The last deputation was from Nicole Corrado. It was written and it was in your materials. Are there any other questions as they relate on this topic to any of the presenters? No?
I have questions.
Oh, I thought you said thank you. Okay. All right. Perhaps.
Do you mean on this report?
On the presentation, we went through questions of all the speakers, and I believe Councillor Carroll had her hand up first. Councillor Carroll, you want to either make a comment or a question?
Well, I want to ask a question because I think we need to share it with the community because one of the deputants raised it is that there are neighborhoods where the hotspot may just be where a culture has emerged that we're going to report. You don't know if that's among sisters or if that's because there's an agency working there. So we don't really know if we have accurate data once you get outside the place-based strategy areas, whether it's a SafeTO focus or a neighborhood improvement area. But I think we should have staff in the public forum talk to how whatever actions we are taking, the partnerships we're using with regards to IPV play out in areas where we see a growing trend, but we're not in a place-based strategy area.
So Chair, if I may, I'll start that and then I'll turn it over perhaps to the subject matter experts, particularly Inspector Crotchlow, who's working with the city directly. And I do want to, again, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the deputants and thank them for providing their deputations, and importantly, reaffirm our continued commitment as an organization, and you're hearing it from me as the Chief of Police. You have our commitment to continue to learn and grow and respond in a way that is sensitive, appropriate, and a commitment to continuing to respond in a way that is nuanced and responsive to events as they continue to unfold. These are ongoing conversations in our society for many, many years since I've been a police officer. We are becoming, of course, I think, more nuanced as a community at large about our shared responsibilities and some key roles we play in this conversation. And I just want to, first of all, thank you and let you know you have my commitment and the organization's commitment to continue that work. Local matters. Local matters on many, many topics in policing, and local matters as it relates to this specific topic. We are a city of communities where services are distributed at a local level, and the integration of our efforts across the city have to be responsive to local neighborhood efforts, which is why we as a command every Monday review a whole bunch of community safety indicators. One of them is IPV, that we review every single Monday as an executive. And then we drill down and see what's going on locally so we can better hold unit commanders, managers, crime managers, detectives, frontline responders, make them aware of what we're seeing, ask the particularly probative questions to ensure relationships are developing and growing the way we expect, to be responsive in the most appropriate way locally. We're a big outfit, and we don't want to get clouded in the magnitude of our organization, and we drive our conversations down to the community level, which is why I'll turn it over in a minute to the inspector. We committed to embedding with the City of Toronto on SafeTO, our 10-year community safety and well-being plan. One of the key workflow deliverables from SafeTO is on intimate partner violence. Additionally, we talked a lot about data. Data collection and sharing and integration across multiple sectors is a commitment of SafeTO's work, and something that, again, the Director Williams is here, can speak to if we have specifics on. We are committed to data transparency in policing. I think we are a leader in the sector, and sharing our data with the city and leading where we can in the development of integration of data and supporting where we can other efforts to integrate data. So we have a whole picture across sectors of what's working, what's not, and how to leverage the successes that we know are responsive to victims' needs and people's needs, and make sure that we are delivering what's expected of us. So I did want to talk about the SafeTO commitment, the multi-sectoral commitment, and just highlight a couple areas. 69% of focus table referrals come from the Toronto Police Service across the city. I'll say that again. 69% of all referrals to focus come from Toronto police officers. This is a very important statistic, and I share that because it speaks to our ability to respond locally. And we're going to talk later today about a multi-year hiring plan. We're going to talk later about resourcing the Toronto Police. We are committed to frontline service delivery. We're also committed to neighborhood community policing. And that's where we talk about getting upstream. When we have neighborhood officers in our communities embedded in living as part of the community, they're able to intervene on things happening in the community before courts are necessary, we hope, before trauma evolves into other things. Provide services and connect people to services differently than waiting for a radio call for the most horrible of events that has transpired in the kitchen or living room somewhere in our city. So I just wanted to really take a moment, Chair, and acknowledge the deputants' perspectives and reaffirm our commitment and share some of the work that is ongoing. And we talked about time. I will tell you, I feel also a little bit, this is a topic we'd love to have more time on, because there is a rich amount of work going on in the training perspectives that this forum doesn't allow us to unpack in complete detail, that I think is worthy of a conversation. So we'll take away how we might engage with the community to provide greater awareness of what we're doing and community participation in that, and going forward. So maybe if I could, if there's anything last there, Inspector Caracciolo, on SafeTO and our integration with our city partners that might help answer some of this.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to the deputants, and I want to thank you. You are the community. And it's very important for you to know that SafeTO is a collaborative effort, and it's a multi-sector collaborative effort. And just for a little bit of a background on SafeTO for the community, if you haven't heard it before, but the Violence Prevention Toronto office specifically is an integrated office that consists of embedded staff from the City of Toronto, the Toronto Police Service, the Toronto Community Housing, Toronto District School Board, the TTC, and other dedicated several lead institutions that are funded by the community partners and programs who are working collaboratively and guided by trauma and informed response, public health approach, and violence prevention and intervention, response, and recovery. You have mentioned a couple of times when it comes to data sharing, because that is very important. The SafeTO data sharing has what we call SCALE, and it's a collaborative platform that allows the city partners to share data, identify effective interventions, and communicate lessons to advance prevention-focused safety responses for what we want to do with the community. SCALE's work focuses on prototyping, piloting, and scaling approaches, all grounded responsible data. The initiative is a crucial contributor to ongoing enhancement of safety outcomes. When it comes to speaking to the community, we hear you. As SafeTO and Toronto Police is already engaged, and we have been engaged in the training, the education, the learning, the referral services, the response, and at times, yes, enforcement. But there is a strong sense of community. And what we do by that is, as you know, SafeTO was launched, and Action 2.2 specifically states to develop a comprehensive gender-based and intimate partner violence reduction strategy. And how we've done that right now is we are working with the community, and we went out and we consulted with the community members, but not just with the community members, the community experts that specialize in GBV and IPV. And I can see you nodding because you were there. So the community members that we spoke to and the feedback that we got that's going to form the report for a strategic response between the Toronto Police Service and SafeTO and all of our partners. Number one was the efforts that should be survivor-centered and led by the grassroots agencies in consultation with the victims. The importance of enhanced coordinated data collection and evidence-informed strategies. The work should use the same public health approach being mobilized for gun violence. Gender-based and intimate partner violence responsiveness should be trauma-informed, culturally responsive, and utilize the rights-based equity framework. What we heard as well is toxic masculinity requires a dedicated strategy. Accessible housing strategies and harm reduction services for victims of violence should also be prioritized. Some of the community groups that we did speak with, which we call the experts in that community, and the City of Toronto calls them the collective, just for naming them, and there won't be all of them here, but some high voices in there that had direct community contact, was the Woman Act we heard today, Aura Freedom, YWCA, Native Women's Resource Center, Habitat, Shift and Build, and the Schiffler Clinic and White Ribbon. One thing I want to bring to the point of this is we talk about the neighborhoods, and the councillor, you talked about the neighborhoods of it's happening outside of the neighborhoods. When SafeTO was first enacted, it was very intentional, and it was built upon the safety zones that were built on those, was available data from institutional partners and analyzed, validated across our partners to help determine our geographic priorities for targeted prevention and intervention work. It was a combination of crime, social, demographic, equity indicators, and supported by ground intelligence to identify those neighborhoods and group them in the 6 safety zones to support the operations. Now that was then. As we move forward, we do know that SafeTO's analysis is about being responsive, but certainly being adaptable. And for us to be responsive and adaptable, we have to learn from the analysis. So right now, SafeTO is in the process of speaking with the community, of also analyzing. Ongoing analysis is being conducted to identify, as Chief Demke said before, our micro-geographies within the zones, such as TCHC buildings, schools, that intersect, that will be prioritized of targeted interventions to identify new areas that require focused deployment and supports. That includes IPV. Also, the ongoing population analysis, particularly on the youth population, will advise our approaches. The youth population is assessed using the following age ranges, so there is alignment with the city and provincial tracking systems. With the City of Toronto SafeTO, 12 to 17 is considered youth. 18 to 24 is considered emerging adults. 25 to 29 is considered early adult. In closing, and subject to any questions, I would like to say that the roots of gender-based and intimate partner violence are very complex. We know this. Like gun violence, unfortunately, neighborhoods that experience greater health and well-being inequities often experience higher levels of violence. So the TPS, along with SafeTO, will use these safety zones as another level of place-based measurement so we can address the situation that is happening today. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had a couple of more questions, and the order was, I believe, Councillor Chang, and then Member Brillinger, I think you also had. And
So sorry, that was a long answer.
Oh, okay.
I didn't quite get the answer to my question, though.
Okay, sorry.
I'm very proud of the place-based strategy, but I guess what I'm getting at in my question is what is the training and what is the response outside those zones? And then I had one other question. I had no idea that my question was going to get such a long presentation style answer. So I still need an answer to that one, and then I have one more question.
So I'll start that again, and just forgive me if we missed it. It is for us a citywide view that we drive locally to our units. Every unit has a crime traffic order management process which deals with the priorities in their local divisions. Why we watch IPV data is we want the local units to be watching it and driving what they need to be doing locally. Where they don't have something within 6 zones, the expectation is that they're solving it with the local resources that may or may not come together the way they do in the other 6 zones. And we look to pull that together at the local level to be responsive to what's happening. And it's across 16 divisions.
Great. Okay. My other question, Madam Chair, is with respect to human trafficking and the intersection here, because all of the deputants are raising it. They're seeing it where they serve. And a number of years ago, we had a great partnership. This actually predates SafetyO. We had a great partnership with regards to human trafficking. City staff, Montreal city staff and Montreal Police Service. Great partnership looking at the whole circuit that was, at that time, Calgary, Toronto, Montreal. And some really good education. I was invited to see the education the officers involved were getting because it got away from. We found that as a result of doing our body rub parlor work that there seemed to be this narrow definition, and the idea of human trafficking that involves coercive control and the illusion of partnership and then turning out to have multiple partners engaged in the same work. They really deepened the understanding of it, but that was a long time ago. And so what I'm wondering is the increasing nature and changing nature of coercive control / human trafficking with respect to partners, is that being added into the training? Is it deeply understood, or do we need more conversation with the sector to understand how it's changing?
I will turn this over to my subject matter expert, who is from the Human Trafficking, Inspector Gomes, but I can tell you from a SafetyO standpoint, we are in the process of program alignment. One part of the program alignment is we have Detective Shane Miller is here, and we will bring his knowledge to the team of the SafetyO Violence Prevention Toronto office team to educate ourselves in partnership with listening to what the community needs and what that training will look like and how it will roll down with the Toronto Police Service and what it will mean for the community in a positive note. I'll turn it over that question to Inspector Gomes. Thank you.
So, of course, I'd validate your observations. Of course, we see the intersectionalities between HT and IPV for sure. In our training, seminars, conferences, whether we host or we are a part of a larger group being hosted, they melt together. There's often experts speaking to their experiences, a lot of survivor-led training within the HT world, which is fantastic. Yes, it is very powerful. And so with that, we take away, but we host. Most recently, we just hosted a 2-day conference at TPC with, albeit American experts, but of course, borders aside, it's essentially a global issue. But again, there was a familial piece to it, spoke to IPV entities, and to your point, it's absolutely aware. There isn't any one course. We saw it when we reviewed our training most recently with our partners at our college. That through the intersectionality of IPV, we see it in most criminal offenses, investigations, and so on. So it's there. We see it. We do have great relationships with Montreal, Quebec as a whole. So we do a lot of sharing. We did actually, in the last few months, did a road trip. I learned a lot, and we're about to share it further with respect to some ideas here and just better understanding that particular work.
If I could add, the human trafficking enforcement team is a centralized unit for our service that a number of years ago we recognized the merits of pulling it together from 16, 17 at the time divisions into a centralized environment. So they have all the subject matter expertise, the continued evolution of subject matter expertise and training, and integration with our partners so that when they are dealing with victims and people who have come forward or are associated to those types of occurrences, that we have the right tools and the right connectivity with support systems. And that's what is led by Inspector Gomes, that area.
Welcome. Thank you. And I believe it was Councillor Chang, and I'm not sure, and I'll let you advise me, Deputy Mayor Morley. I don't want to mix up the order and try to be fair. Go ahead, Councillor Chang, you had a question.
Yes, I have a few questions. I'll try to go quickly. First one is about data. So some of the deputants talked about that perhaps some of the other buckets of crime that we see, including assault, sexual violation, that embedded in them were incidents of IPV. And I'm just wondering, is that data currently available? Is it just simply a matter of pulling it out, or would that need to be developed in order to have that kind of reporting?
So through you, Chair, those buckets are separate. We're focused on IPV in this presentation, but we absolutely have the other data sets. Some of the comments about separating femicide from homicide are not in our definition set. We'd have to go through the data to make that analysis, and we'd have to have a definition which we're using against that analysis, that it could be done. I would go further to say that some of what I'm hearing is about longitudinal analysis, both within the Toronto Police Service data set, but also I think more importantly across Toronto Police Services and other services. So there is an effort underway. We're working with a consulting company and a third party to build infrastructure for referral management, and that would help create those links between those data sets so we could get a clearer picture of what's going on. And there's huge value in that in terms of determining what's successful and creating that feedback loop to our own practices as well as to the practices in community.
Just to clarify, so some of the deputations were saying that perhaps some of the sexual violation numbers, so 2,721 for this report, are some of those IPV incidents? Like, is there an overlap within each of these numbers that are reported in these buckets? And could they be teased out? That was more the question. Or similarly, assault. So I think it's 18,000 assault, 18,000 plus, and 15,000 intimate partner violence. Is there overlap of the two sets of data?
Yeah, to my understanding, there is not an overlap between those, but I'm turning it over to Director Williams to give you a more precise answer.
Yeah, so I'll say just broadly and matching really what we report to Statistics Canada, it's the most serious violation generally. However, some of those cases are obviously nuanced where the most serious violation might not be the piece that's teased out. What I can say is that in having dug through that particular question, how many cases where there were both IPV and sexual assaults, it's approximately 2% of the IPV cases we would confidently be able to say that there was. However, as with most of this, especially when we're talking about the level of intersectionality and the complexities around those, it would require essentially reading almost every case, the synopsis, summaries, and investigation notes around those to have the full picture. And especially because many of these might involve repeat victimization, you'd have to look at cases as over time as well. As the CIO mentioned, this is a longitudinal question in many ways, so it would be complex from a data perspective.
Thank you. Some of the deputants also mentioned coercive control and hidden manipulation, and I'm wondering if those subjects are included in the current IPV training. And I think, some of the deputants who attended today would have asked me, how can they be engaged in learning about what is training is provided, and how would they have an opportunity to speak into that? So it's a twofold question. One, are we teaching coercive control and hidden manipulation? And second, what are the opportunities available for today's deputants to be able to speak into how the training is currently taught?
Here, I can, well, so what I can't speak to, oh, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Rinkoff. I'm the unit commander of the Toronto Police College. Thank you for being here today. I'll give you a short answer in terms of coercive control. What we do teach is we teach our recruits, we teach our coach officers, we incorporate it in our sergeants and our staff sergeants' leadership. We teach techniques and tools to identify dominant aggressors, okay? And all the styles, techniques, and theory and academic theory that's involved in identifying the dominant aggressor. So certainly we'll take this terminology back, we'll review it with the Ontario Police College, and we'll see as we move forward with our courses, we'll see what we can incorporate in future training. So thank you. And on another note, one of my roles is to identify subject matter experts in the community that speak to different areas of community safety and well-being. And thank you very much for attending today. So you will hear from me. So thank you. It's been great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for this. I have couple more questions. So I know, in personal experience of trying to help somebody leave a domestic violence situation, we encounter often that there isn't a shelter bed available. And I'm wondering what are officers trained to do when they're trying to help a victim or a survivor find safety, but there's no shelter? Because the worst case scenario, and I've heard this happening, is they just say, well, you're just going to have to go home because there's no bed available. So just wondering, what is the protocol in this situation?
Well, I can attempt to answer some aspects of that question. We do instruct our officers on an in-service training on the importance of referrals and the different levels of referrals. From an operational perspective, there is a protocol in place on how our officers contact dispatch and overview what beds are available. And then in conjunction with our SafeTO program, there's secondary efforts that are made to identify beds. And I don't know if you want to speak to, nope. So that's generally how the protocol is done. So in terms of not locating beds, I wouldn't know what to do. I think from that point, we look at other resources and how we can assist and support our victims. Victim services play a huge role in offering a victim support, especially in those troubling times where we're not able to find those beds in those rare locations. But essentially, there are protocols in place. Our officers are trained on them. They're trained on the value of referrals. They're trained on all the different referral organizations through in-service training, through our community experience program, and through our investigative courses. So I hope that answers your question.
And this question is probably not for you. What are the common consequences for the accused? Do they often get released? And because I have also been in a situation where the release happened quite quickly, where the woman wanted to go back to her home, but because the release happened so quickly, she could not go back and feel safe. So I'm just wondering, is there a trend where people accused of domestic violence are released quite quickly? And if so, are there justice reforms that we should be advocating for so that that doesn't happen?
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Inspector Sue Gomes, who will address that question.
And I'll introduce you to our coordinator, our sexual assault and our IPV coordinator, who essentially is the one that coordinates between new policy and issues that arise between the investigative teams, field members, and our crime prevention efforts. It's Detective Shane Miller.
Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon. I don't know that we need to, that we would identify it as a trend that we're quickly releasing, although Bill C-75 has caused the whole legal community to reconsider bail and release conditions for the accused. But there is a safety plan that is discussed, and it's gone over. The intimate partner violence investigator is the one that's making the decision, and they have all this training that we're talking about here today. So usually all of that has taken place before any releases happen. So the person would be released if they're deemed safe to be released with conditions that would protect the victims. So there may be some cases, I imagine, that have slipped through the cracks, but nothing's perfect. We all know that fail to comply is something that does happen. It certainly happens within IPV investigations. And those fail to complies are treated extremely seriously and looked at even doubly so when that happens. I hope that answers a little bit more.
Yes. Is there a general statistic of, are accused, those who are accused generally held for 24 hours, 48 hours until these plans can be made? Is there any number that has been tracked around this?
I'm not aware of a number that's been tracked. I know that people aren't held 24 or 48 hours. That doesn't happen. They're either approved for release and probably released within a number of hours, or they're held for bail. And if they're held for bail, that can take a day, or if it's the weekend, sometimes that holds over longer. That becomes in the ministry's hands. But often it's they're either held for bail or that they are released within hours.
I think I just want to add a little bit, Councillor, and the way the law is structured, if our members examine the circumstances in the law requires us to consider release, then there's opportunities also to have conditions placed on them when they're released before an officer in charge of the police station, so that we have some element of control to ensure the repetition of the offense is not a factor and that the victim or complainants are safe. So it's notwithstanding the fact that Bill C-75 has changed our considerations as it relates to releasing of people, we do have the opportunity to impose conditions to control the behavior of offenders when they are released as well.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer to all my questions. That's it for me. Thanks.
Chair,
Thank you.
Chair, sorry, could I just speak to Councillor Cheng's previous question?
Yes.
With respect to where there is no shelter available? Certainly our training would never have officers recommend that they go back to a situation where they're at risk. And we will work with agencies outside of Toronto as well. And I am aware of situations where we've incurred the expense of a hotel room as well, initially, when there hasn't been availability, until we could work through with our partners to find a safe place to go. So just wanted to address that. Thank you.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Pogue. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lily. You asked many of the questions that I had, so I appreciate getting clarification there. Just a quick one on the stats that we're looking at here related to this, and I'm thinking also about the area of hotspots. Are we tracking how many of these instances are repeat calls or repeat offenses, or are these considered to be individual instances, each one of them?
So each one of those would be an individual instance. However, within that report, there could be repeat victims, repeat offenders, and repeat witnesses potentially as well. So there would be a number of factors there for someone who's been involved in multiple occasions. On the offender side, we do track repeat offenders.
And is that something that we're reporting out in addition to these higher level? Because I think when we think about resourcing and local community partnerships and these other pieces, that it's important to be able to identify where some of those repeat pieces are happening. Can you talk to me a little bit more about how we're reporting that data out?
Yeah, on an internal basis, we use that. As we've discussed, this data is really the first release that we're seeing today on IPV at this public level. As we get into Q1 of 2025, we will have open data on this subject, which will be publicly available at a pretty granular level as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll just quickly say thank you for this great work and for the openness and willingness to engage with some of the experts that have joined us here today, and just the ongoing commitment of the service to really deeply digging into and leaning into our responsibilities around this. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Brillinger, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just so on this chart, are these discrete events or not? I was a bit confused on the answer.
So those are not necessarily discrete. There would potentially be cases or even individuals, depending on the perspective you're taking, whether it's a report. There could be a report with an offense that falls into a different category. And as we've discussed, I think last month, there's a view of that report which is more victim-based. So looking at the victim of any of those particular offenses.
Okay.
Those victims could fall into multiple offenses as well.
So as we're working those things through, are we able to have a conversation with our community colleagues about definitions? I want to bring it back to, I think, a question that Councillor Carroll kind of started with. And I understand that it needs to be in the context of SafeTO and the shared reporting, but notwithstanding that, is there not an opportunity to have a deeper conversation, or it may be happening now, so continuing the conversation with community colleagues, and the very specific one that I think is, from my understanding and the experience in my agency, that is critical is defining femicides and reporting femicides in a consistent way. The Ontario Association of Interval and Transition Houses does that. They have the definition. So that's just one example of maybe where we could look to have that deeper conversation with the community about data collection and data definition.
There's certainly opportunities there across a number of these areas for shared common definitions.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Brillinger, we have our, coordinator of the program for the service. So notwithstanding our efforts locally, service-wide, I think we can take on the work through the coordinator's chair and through Director Williams' work to have that discussion. And then, leverage our position as it relates to our partners in policing on broadening the conversation above and beyond Toronto.
And I do want to, thank all of the deputants. I do have some familiarity with the issues here because of my agency work. I want to thank members of the service and for bringing the data forward. I think we all understand that gender-based violence, intimate partner violence is epidemic, is a social issue that lives with all of us and all of our systems, not just any one system, and that the only way to address, well, ultimately it's an expression of misogyny, is by working together. Thank you for the work, and I look forward to hearing about those further conversations.
Thank you. I also want to echo the remarks of the board members and as well as that of the chief and the command team to thank all the people who came out today. And there's lots of discussion. I think a lot is going to be taken away, and in terms of even action, I believe Councillor Chang has a motion that is predicated on all the good comments that you brought to us today. However, we need a few minutes because in order to finesse that motion and have it accurately reflect the intention, but also the feasibility of directing the chief to do certain things, we just need to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back, and then we will, Councillor Chang, you can bring your motion. Perhaps at that time we'll have solidified the language that appropriately reflects the intentions and the doability of it. So we'll take a brief recess. Thank you. So come back at 3:10, please. Okay, can we, we'll get back to business. We're just about to pull up Councillor Chang's motion. Yeah, I was going to say. Thank you, Dr. Kanigas. Here, he started saying enlarging it, and for sure, a person with my age and visibility needs a bigger font. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Should I read the motion?
Yeah, why don't you go through the motion, please, because I take it you're the mover, Councillor Chang.
Yes, I am. Thank you. And I believe I'll need a seconder, which perhaps I'd like to recommend Mr. Brillinger, who I think was looking for similar information. So, but I'd like to move this motion that the chief continue to engage in a multi-sectoral discussion in collaboration with SafeTO and GBV organizations, and to work through SafeTO collaboratively with analytics and the learning environment scale to develop a collaborative data collection framework to strengthen how data is collected, analyzed, and reported in order to support intimate partner violence survivors, and B, strengthen consultation and collaboration regarding intimate partner violence training and outcome-based measurements. Additionally, to host a roundtable with representatives of both the service and the GBV community to discuss improvements in collaboration with the aim of reducing the number of incidents. I believe that this captures a lot of the sentiments of the deputants who presented today. And I just want to also take a moment and thank the service for this report, for bringing to light something that is hidden to a lot of people, and recognizing that so many parts of the division are working collaboratively already on this very important issue. And I personally want to thank the chief for your words to our deputants today, your commitment to this issue, to working with these agencies and the sector. I think a lot of people will be very encouraged to know that there is every intention to move forward collaboratively. And just on the issue itself, you know, we read the metrics, 15,000 incidents year to date, and that equals approximately 1,500 a month, which approximately means 50 times a day, someone is trying to perhaps make a courageous decision to leave a dangerous moment, or perhaps is already in danger and is calling 911. And thinking about 15,000 families and women who are facing fear, trauma, the long-lasting impacts of violence against women, against children, happening in homes across our city. I am someone who is a survivor. I grew up with violence at home, and it wasn't until my early adulthood that I understood the long-lasting impacts of adverse childhood experiences, which many children in our city endure because of these statistics, because it is an epidemic, and the long-lasting health and well-being implications for all those who experience violence at home. And so the work we are committing ourselves today is important because it continues the trajectory that we can set to reduce these numbers. I hope that, you know, as we have seen tremendous improvements in auto theft because of dedicated resources, because of how much press it has gotten, how much noise people are making about it, I hope we can see the same reduction, that next year when this report comes back, perhaps that we can celebrate a reduction because we have worked collaboratively and supported survivors in a meaningful way. So thank you to everyone who is making that commitment and has already made the commitment to do this work together.
Thank you. And before Board Member Brillinger seconds your motion, Councillor Chang, Councillor Carroll had a quick question.
It's just a very quick question, because I know you want this on the record. We've gone from your original motion to a really fleshed out motion here that includes developing a framework. I know it's your intention, but you may want to say it on the record. Your intention is that all current training and all current data collection continue throughout the development of this framework. Am I right about that?
100%, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Carroll. And the seconder, Board Member Brillinger, all in favor? Seeing no opposition, Councillor Chang's motion will pass. And may I have a motion to receive item number 2? This presentation, Vice Chair Kostakis, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley. The next item for business is item number 3. It's notice of a proposed revisions to the board's procedural bylaw, and we have deputations. The first is Chris Langenfeld. I believe Mr. Langenfeld is online.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'm going to try and share my screen here. So can you see that now?
We can. Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. We can.
Great. Thank you. Just before I get to this item, actually, I just wanted to mention, and I noticed that, in fact, we haven't spoken to item number 1, and on the sign-up page, on the list of items that people can make a deputation on, there is actually no item 1, which is the confirmation of the minutes from the last meeting. So I'm just wondering what happened there. I haven't heard any mention that anyways, on to item 3 here in the procedural bylaw. The board is proposing a bunch of changes here, and particularly I note a couple times here it mentions a change to limit the ability of board members to speak and ask questions to 5 minutes. Now, in addition, it adds at the beginning here an order of speaking on items, and I guess there's no reason that shouldn't be in the bylaw, but of course that just mimics what's in Robert's Rules of Orders, which the bylaw says the board follows anyway. So it's fine to add this, but this question of a change to limit the ability of board members to speak and to ask questions to only 5 minutes is a problem. In addition here, the point 20.3 in the revised version, I'd suggest that you need to add an item D, which is to allow that questions can be asked of other parties present at the meeting. I notice when you look back at what the current bylaw says, 20.3 in the new proposed version is actually 20.5 from the existing. And when you look at that, in fact, there was an item D there previously that did allow for persons in attendance to be asked questions of. And in the past, the board has asked questions when it's had the folks like Kwame Addo, the Ombudsman for Ontario or Toronto, at the meetings, as well as other times when a minister's been present or an MP, and the board has called on those individuals. So you don't really want your bylaws precluding that from happening. But this 5-minute issue in limiting questions, and then further it limits the asking questions to members of the public to clarify, on motions by other members, it limits that to 3 members, and that's quite simply a mistake. it shouldn't be there. I know it's brought up because they say the City of Toronto has that currently, but the fact is the City of Toronto's City Council meetings, everything coming there comes from some other place first where people have the option to ask questions. In this case, the 5-minute limit here would actually interfere with the ability of members to exercise their duties and obligations, and that change should simply not be made. As well, I'd suggest you should strike out these old sections that do away with a bylaw that hasn't been enforced for a few years now, and I'd suggest you add the part of the date for the year on the effective date on these, because you have missed that in the past. The one other thing I would say here, just quickly on the IPV presentation, we spent 2 hours with that presentation today, and I'd suggest that, the chief mentioned it was a citywide issue. Much of what was spoken about falls outside of strictly the board and services jurisdiction. So I'd suggest you should, after you put out your agenda, before you have your meeting, have the SAFE TO and these other groups meet, have the members of the public come and discuss the broad issues, and then at the board discuss the strictly police-related matters. And in terms of the procedural bylaw and limiting times, what you may want to limit is the time for people speaking, members of the public speaking, to respond to questions, because occasionally we do see where somebody is responding to a question and they may spend 10 minutes responding where they only have 3 minutes or 5 minutes to speak on the item.
Mr. Langenfeld, I'm going to cut you now because I gave you quite a bit of extra time, and I appreciate your last comments as they relate specific to the last presentation. So thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Langenfeld? Seeing none, thank you. The next person is Derek Moran. Derek also furnished, and it's in your materials, a written submission as well as this oral presentation.
By me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied, in doing so is fraud. God bless the majesty of the king, and long live the majesty of the king. If I've ever led anyone to believe in any way that I am a person as mentioned in the Trespass to Property Act, then that would be a mistake, and that I ask all of you to please forgive me. So Councillor Carroll and the newest member, Chris Brillinger, haven't heard this yet. So this is from Jensen versus Stemmer, 2007, where the Court of Appeal of Manitoba said, "The principle that policy directions, directives, or operations manuals do not have the force of law has been repeatedly affirmed in the case law. The direction to officers and members of the RCMP to observe and comply with the manuals does not confer on them the force of law. It is a notice to employees that they are expected to follow the procedures applicable to them. Such procedures may have the force of law if they are contained in statutes or regulations or commissioner standing orders, but a direction to follow procedures of itself does not give the procedures the force of law." And we're talking about bylaws here. A lot of you probably don't know that when Mark Saunders was the chief, this was from a meeting that was held on May 30th of some year. Mark Saunders actually spilled the beans on the applicability of proper applicability of a bylaw. He said here that the provisions of this bylaw shall apply to all members and employees of the service and the board. Because every time this item comes up, I cross my fingers hoping that you guys will give us a clear and proper definition for what a bylaw is in your definition section, instead of what you do have, which is bylaw means a bylaw. There's no dictionary. As a kid, we were told you don't use the word that you're defining in the definition of what you're trying to define. And I wanted to bring up, speaking of procedures, maybe Councillor Carroll can talk about this after I'm done. And no offense to you, Chair Morgan, but when Andy Pringle was the chair during the Andy Pringle era, who can forget that time in police board history, these meetings
with maybe a couple exceptions starting half an hour late, but these meetings used to start at 1 p.m. right on the nose, somehow, some way. This idea of you put on your agenda, the meeting's going to start at 9. Oh, we're going to go in camera, which really means out of camera, and then we might come back at 12, and then I show up here and I'm told it's starting at 1 p.m. Like, I want to thank the sergeant that I just met earlier this morning, Ed Wicker, I think it was. She helped me kill a whole 9 minutes shooting the breeze with her. But can we just go back to the way it was starting the meetings at 1 p.m.?
Any questions? Next deputant is Miguel Velarde. I believe Miguel's online today. Is he? Is he on? Okay. We do have Mr. Velarde online, and he's not muted by us. So if you're ready, Miguel, please go ahead. Okay. Yeah, we can come back. All right, I think given that maybe he's having technical difficulties, we can have a motion to receive item number 3. We'll come back and reopen it, and then Miguel can speak later. It's just that we have a lot of people here today and quite a long agenda, and I'm interested in what Miguel has to say, but that's the way we'll make sure he's heard, if anybody has any objection. Thank you. All right, so at this point...
Madam Chair, sorry, I would like to speak on the matter. I don't have questions, but I'd like to speak about this issue.
Oh, all right. Please go ahead, Councillor Chang. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
Yeah. That's okay. So thank you, Madam Chair. Some time ago, when I first joined the police board, there was an attempt to try to limit the amount of time that we could ask questions. And thankfully, at that time, the board did not move that motion in favor of that motion. And I do recognize the importance of procedure and that we do want to look to council as a standard, perhaps, of how meetings are run. But this is a very different context because at council, we have a committee, a standing committee that usually looks over a matter first and has a full opportunity to ask questions. And then when it goes to city council, there's 25 people who can then ask questions, actually 26 if you include the mayor. And when I look at the issues that are coming to the police board, they are large and complex. Some of them have dozens upon dozens of recommendations, giving us updates on inquest recommendations, for example, that cannot easily be encapsulated, especially as we see the answers from the service often extend quite long because of how complex the issues are that we're talking about. So I do believe that there is something here that we can work with, that we do want procedure. We want to make sure there's clear time for questions, clear time for speaking, and maybe, we do have a 5-minute limit in terms of rounds and we're able to do a few rounds, but, for the level of complexity and the depth of some of the policies that are coming to us, I'm afraid that limiting the amount of time we're able to ask questions, this being the only public arena and time that we can do this, that it would hurt our ability to give good governance to all the work that is being done. So I just wanted to say that as we contemplate this policy before it comes back next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make two comments. Number one is that Dr. Kennegisser and the whole board staff make a real concerted effort to get the materials out about 2 weeks in advance, and they are drafts and they're subject to change. So that allows folks on the board ahead of time to ask for questions and answers from the command team, and even complex answers. And the second was Dr. Kennegisser did go around and did speak to each one of the board members as it relates to this motion in order to get agreement. So may I have a motion to receive, please? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead.
It's further to my colleagues' comments. There is one thing missing from this, and I think it will give comfort. We are, according to the Act, trying to be more close to the procedural bylaws of the local council. The Act says that's the best way to go. I love that concept because it means that if we follow those rules, then it can be more predictable for the community. If they visit a council or standing committee meeting, they can expect the same thing here. I love that idea. But one thing that is missing that we have there that helps us with the time limit, and that is the idea of the second round. And it's the only thing that's not articulated in here, that if we stay to the 5 minutes and we get to the end of every board member has asked their questions and someone needs a second round, it's just a matter of the chair taking the will of the body vote, do we want to do a second round? And the reason I think we may really need that to begin with is today. We're just sort of getting used to tightening up the governance here. So for instance, I asked the first question after a number of deputants had said things that made the service and the senior command especially feel like they needed to get some things off their chest. So there goes my 5 minutes. But that's easily solved by saying, I need a second round. I only got one question out and a very long answer. No harm done. Can I have a second round? Who would vote against that? But I think it's a clause we need to add in there, that the chair may choose to take a vote of the will of the body of if they want to do a second round of questions for members, and then we get it all done. But often as not, you won't even need the second round, because if we're crisp about where the questions come and then when the speaking is, then often someone gets halfway there and the next member, I think I know where you were going with this, and they ask the next question, and we're easily able to flow the meeting. But I think that statement that the member can have a second round of questions at the will of the body would give comfort, and then we don't have to argue about the time frame. You've got a fail-safe in there.
If I may just, no problem adding that section. I just wanted to point out that the bylaw inherently has a clause that, with few exceptions, the board can decide to waive any of the rules of procedure given a certain circumstance. So that is always true, that the board can agree to it, but I have no issue with, I'll be happy to add a specific section on that.
I'm just looking at Councillor Chang on screen. That may be enough comfort for her. Did you hear that answer?
Yes, I guess the only issue is that every time if I have questions that exceed 5 minutes, then I'm breaking procedure. I'm saying I need, it's just that's a big exception that we're asking, and I wouldn't want to lean into breaking procedure just because I have more questions. So I like the second round, and I'm curious what that would mean. Would a third round be allowed? If the issue was especially complex.
Well, if I can just give a follow-up on my comment. If we're talking about it always being based on the chair taking a vote to make sure it is the will of the body, I'm fine with it. But there are circumstances in which I'm going to want to vote against the third round. Because sometimes you get to a point where, come on, can you ask these questions offline? Because you have a lot going on. So as long as it continues to be the chair will take a vote to check the will of the body, I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Yes. I see that Miguel is back, or at least he was in the upper right-hand corner and raised his hand. So Miguel, if you're ready to proceed, you'll be the last deputant. We want to hear from you.
Okay, hi everybody, hello. Thanks for allowing me to speak on this item. I agree 100% with Derek that we should start these meetings at 1 p.m. sharp. Thank you, Derek, for being there for us. And a little context, when I used to attend these meetings with Alok Mukherjee, the chairman, and Debbie Miller was the mayor, we have wholesome conversations about difficult items on the agenda. Then when Ralph Ford was elected mayor and chair, and Mr. Pringle was the chairman, the conversations kind of was slowed down to members of the board, to members of the community. And then when John Tory became the mayor, with Jim Hart as a chairman, things got worse. Conversations were almost null. That was not a happy experience for us regular deputies like Chris, Derek, myself, who wanted to talk more. And unfortunately, members of the board were not there to ask questions. So now in 2024, with Mayor Olivia Chow as mayor, and you, Mrs. Chairman, you are making this deputation procedure a little bit difficult to ask questions. But you know what? I really appreciate the work of Councilor Lily Cheng and the work of Councilor Morley and Councilor Carroll, because we are talking the difficult questions. And as Chris mentioned, there should be a time for us questions to the members of the community, because many of us, we have living experiences and a lot of experience in dealing with police services. So keep doing the good work you're doing, Councilor Lily Chen, to ask the questions that are important for the community. If I were elected representative of the community, that would be the less expectation of me as city council or at the board of TPS. With regards to 5 minutes, well, it brings us into sync with city council. I have no problem with that. Second round of questions, fantastic. And even third round of questions, that would be amazing. But, allow the democracy continue. Do not diminish the democracy. Do not diminish the voice of the people. We matter. Everybody's voices matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Miguel? Seeing none, you're our last. Sorry? Oh, I looked at you and now. Sorry. Please go ahead, Member Brillinger.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I've been on both sides of this as staff answering questions under this bylaw for years at committee and council.
We loved asking you questions.
And now I find myself on this side of the table. So I would just, if this gets adopted and we move to this approach, I would just implore to service colleagues, tighten it. You really need to tighten it. It's discipline on us as board members in how we utilize our shared time. It's also discipline on service members. So just wanted to make that comment. I'm happy to support this. I also support the second round of questions when an issue or item necessitates it. But in my experience being on the other side of the table, this was good discipline. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to receive if there aren't any more questions? Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Board Member Migliore. And so that item number 3 has been received. We move down to our next item, which is item number 4, multi-year hiring plan. It's a motion to receive. We do have some deputations first. I just want to add that Giuseppe Scolari, who was initially planning to attend, will not. And the next person is Reverend Sky Starr. Wonder if we could double check if the Reverend Starr is on line. They were expected to come in person. All right, well, maybe if we can see by the end of completing item number 4, if Reverend Starr is available and still wishes to speak, we'll certainly give Reverend Starr an opportunity. Next deputant is Clayton Campbell, President of the Toronto Police Association.
Afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chair Morgan. The Toronto Police Association continues to believe that the multi-year hiring plan is impractical, given our current impasse in collective bargaining. Without the ability to ensure our current and prospective members of their terms and conditions of their employment, any plan will fall short. Despite the wrong-headed approach of Chair Morgan, this is not an either-or discussion. Hiring cannot come at the expense of paying our members what they're worth, and suggesting that appropriate compensation and benefits will come at the expense of adequate staffing levels is misguided. These two issues are intrinsically related. It's not unreasonable for us to want our members to be the highest paid in Ontario. The Police Services Board has consistently refused to consider any deal that ensures our members are the highest paid. Last night, our members arrested 20-plus individuals. More than a dozen firearms were recovered, and over 100 rounds were fired. Bullets hit police car. And their employer, as their employer, can you really say that the Toronto Police Service officers deserve to be less paid than the OPP, Barrie, or Peel? To be clear, every proposal that was discussed at bargaining never paid our members the most in the province. The board's math is wrong and misleading in the letter to City Council. When you refuse to acknowledge our members' efforts or lose your ability to attract new members, staffing levels will continue to deteriorate. And this will have a direct impact on how the public experiences policing services. We must move forward on these issues, but we cannot do that with Chair Morgan at the head of this table. The deliberate release of specific details related to our bargaining discussions was a breach we cannot overlook. Our members deserve a leader that they can trust and who will sacrifice the time and energy to do the right thing when it matters. Bargaining a collective agreement is one of the most important things this board does for the membership of the Toronto Police Service. Our members need a leader who will respect them enough to show up in person at the bargaining table to prepare to bargain in good faith. We need a leader who is engaged and willing to put the work in. It is clear by your actions and track record, Chair Morgan, this person's not you. The time has come for you to do the right thing and step aside so we can get back to the bargaining table in 2025 with a chair who is committed to doing the work necessary to get our members the deal they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for President Campbell? Seeing none, thank you. The next deputant is Miguel Velarde, and I believe Miguel's online.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to address the board on this important item. Gun violence is a result of poverty. We all know that. We understand that. However, we don't do anything to resolve that matter. So today we have an opportunity to request the board to reset the police, as I mentioned before, we can allocate officers to other parts of the city. As you are aware, you have 21 collective agreements with several unions. So to make Mr. Campbell, who is present at the meeting, feel a little bit less worried, what I'm proposing is maybe some of your members can become bylaw enforcement officers. 311 needs enforcement officers to deal with noise complaints. I attended the last budget meeting, and an advocate for noises in the city of Toronto realized that it will be important to have more enforcement between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. So that gap of service needs to be amended somehow. So one of my proposals is that perhaps it's a good way to send some of your resources over to the city 311. I would appreciate if you can hire more crossing guards, traffic wardens. No, sorry, not crossing guards. Traffic wardens, because they do a more efficient work where the police can be free to do their duties and not to worry about traffic concerns. Other thing I have said before, and I told this to Mayor Olivia Chow and to other previous mayors, Rafford, John Tory, and Debbie Miller, that we need to invest in our communities. We're trying to implement social development plans around the city of Toronto to lift people out of poverty, and we cannot do it by investing in the police service alone. If it's possible, we can ask Premier Doug Ford to upload the TPS board budget and TPS service, because it's something the city alone cannot afford it. It's become a burden for Toronto taxpayers, and we are not paying attention to other areas such as housing, homelessness, poverty, etc., etc., etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Velarde? Seeing none, may I have a motion to receive item number 4?
I have a motion.
You have a question,
No, I have
just
a motion.
in general?
I have a motion.
All right.
I thought you were aware of the motion. Okay. Oh, okay.
Sorry. No, I am.
Okay. I think Diana's going to put it up on the board there. Madam Chair, I'm going to move this motion. I'll read it as quickly as I can. I hope people can consider most of it read. Adopt the following approach for the multi-year hire plan and direct the chief to use this approach as the basis for the 2025 budget to be brought forward to the Budget Committee on November 27th. Maximize the current provincial training allocation for the years 2025 and 26. That was, you'll recall from our item back in the summer, the highest model of the models we looked at. And B, maintain the COP to POP plus ratio for the years 2027 and 29 in principle and as a baseline in consideration of available funding through intergovernmental negotiations with both the provincial and federal government. Direct the Chief of Police to include consideration of new civilian positions as part of the annual budget process. Authorize the Chief of Police to participate in intergovernmental discussions in partnership with the City of Toronto to achieve dedicated funding from the provincial and federal governments in order to improve the COP to POP plus ratio. So, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for not minding that I sat down to have this conversation. There's no way to get around the fact that this has to have direct relation to the city's budget. But that being said, we have to bring to bear what we know about the service here, where we have all the information before us, and that is that at the moment, the ratio of officers to 100,000 population in the city is wholly inadequate. I take on board what the deputants had to say. There's all sorts of retasking we can do and reform we can do. But at the end of the day, you actually need the bodies to even achieve reform. We don't even have enough bodies to do that when we compare ourselves to any other service in North America. The head of the association is right. His officers feel it. We're all feeling it. And so we know that up front, where we do know our financial destiny to the greatest degree, because we have the province's New Deal, which was a multi-year approach. We've told them that we need to know our destiny at least 3 years at a time. And Premier Ford really understood that and gave us a new deal for financing that is 3 years long. And so we know what we can do in those years. At the same time, new conversations are happening about what happens beyond those 3 years that could, in fact, give us what we need to improve even further that ratio in the years 27, 28, and 29. But they're ongoing. And so what I'm saying here is that we agree in principle that ratio has to be held and indeed improved, but that we've got to have those conversations. And what I'm asking today is that we agree that wherever possible, the chief should be at that table, helping with those conversations, so that we really get people to begin to understand. As I've said many times, the city needs a new funding formula, full stop. And in the main, police and transit are why we need that new funding formula. We are simply too unique to ignore. We have no peers in this country. We are larger than Montreal by the entire size of Vancouver. That's how far away we are from having a peer that could really understand what we face in this city. And that's, you can check that number. It's a true number. And so we have to have that conversation. And I think it's helpful, because if we need to have a conversation with them about the federal and provincial government getting more involved, they want to attach strings to it. They want to know where their money will actually be applied. And what better place to apply it than community safety? And so this gets us through the next couple of years being able to improve on that ratio, doing the maximum provincial training allocation. It does mean there is going to be hardship everywhere else in the budget, because we still have to meet a target. And I really appreciate the chief endeavoring to do that. So it's going to be a challenge, but we can't do any of the other work we do unless we have those officers on the ground keeping the community safe, and then the rest will follow. And so I hope I have the support. I hope this is a unanimous vote, Madam Chair, because it means that we really can get on with real energy in 25 and 26 to improve the number of officers in our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Just one thing, and I know we all know that, but referring to subsection A, I'm not sure we shouldn't add in just in parentheses that it's 4 classes of 90 officers per year. We know that happens to be current, but perhaps the public's unclear that is what the complement is of for
That's
the
a
next
very
2 years.
friendly amendment, because we don't have the models that were in the August report attached to this. That's a very friendly amendment, 100%. Yeah.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Morley wants to speak or have a question or...
Just to say, Madam Chair, that I am in support of the motion. Unfortunately, I have to excuse myself for just a quick short meeting. I will return, but I just wanted to express my support as I won't be present to vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you for putting that on the record, Deputy Mayor Morley. Any other comments or questions? Board Member Migliori.
Yeah, I support the motion, but I have a concern with the cop to pop plus. What does that actually mean? It's rather a broad kind of term when we've heard countless times that the current maintaining cop to pop is insufficient. So I think we need some clarification on that. The other item in point 3, where the chief is to participate in these discussions in partnership with the City of Toronto, it should also include the board. The board should be part of that.
Part of which? Sorry, I'm assuming these are questions of the mover?
Yes, so
Yeah.
in item 3, the chief of police is to participate in these discussions in partnership with the City of Toronto, right? I'm saying the board should be part of that. So we should participate in that. We shouldn't be excluding ourselves in that, as we're mandated as a board.
So unfortunately, the reason I didn't include you is because of the way intergovernmental affairs discussions actually take place now at the city level. Under the new act and under the terms of agreement in for instance, the provincial conversation, politicians and appointees aren't actually at the table. It's staff to staff. The only appointee, the only one who is right at that table is Gary Crawford, who technically is now an employee of the province. That's what puts them at that table. But for instance, the mayor is not even at that table. We talk after, but it's a finance staff to finance staff and public servants table. Yeah. I'm not there, for instance.
I'm not saying I want to be there. I'm just saying the board should be participating in that, as it's a broad spectrum of the chief negotiating in partnership with the City of Toronto, but the board should participate as well. What capacity and how you do it, I think it's too broad, in my opinion. Just like maintain the cop to pop. What does that mean? Our current maintain the cop to pop, we've heard countless times in presentations that it's insufficient, comparable to all these other cities. So here we are, and I concur that item 1, let's get the provincial training allocation. Let's do our best to make that happen. But the issue will be maintain cop to pop. I don't know what that means. You're saying just keep it the same.
I don't know if you're missing
what
the
does
word
plus mean?
plus.
What is plus defined as?
So that's what we're saying, is that we do the maximum training allocation for 2 years, and on the principle that it will be cop to pop, whatever it is by then, at the end of 26, plus, and the plus is based on what we can achieve in new funding for 27, 28, 29. But I will tell you this, that is a colloquialism. Let's face it, we know what cop to pop means. The intention was that by moving this motion, then what you will see before you in November 27th in the Budget Committee is what that looks like in proper budget parlance, what that looks like in numbers, what that means going forward, and here's the ratio today, here's what it improves on. So the motion is principles and agreements. November 27th, it gets moved into proper budget language and thereby a thing that is adoptable and financially guaranteed with our vote.
Right.
Yeah.
Councillor Carroll, for item 3, though, is there any reason why we can't put chief of police / board in the sense that we are, in fact, the employer of the chief, and that it may be the chief who, in fact, attends, and just like you said, you don't necessarily attend, and there is some structure and who's invited. It's the same even with the budget. When we have staff to staff, the chair doesn't go, the chief doesn't go. So I'm just wondering if you could comment on that. And I noticed Chris
So
had
my answer would be, if there's a comfort level by putting the word board in there, as you suggested, chief of police board, I would only ask that we follow the guidance of the table itself. There are intergov conversation rules, and so that may be problematic. Maybe it's not problematic. I just know the structure of those things now based on how the city, for instance, a lot of people think intergovernmental affairs is entirely done by the mayor. It's not. Under our act, it is done by the city manager, who is very much the counterpart to a chief of police. So just so people know that's why it's worded that way. But if putting the word board in there gives people comfort, I'll leave it. If we're moving away from questions of the mover, you can move on to comments.
No, I'll get to a question of the mover. I'm not comfortable moving away and putting board in the motion. I'm wondering, though, to the mover, if we put staff level, so authorize chief of police to participate in staff level intergovernmental discussions.
That would be more in keeping with the principles of the intergovernmental tables right now. It really would. So that he's not going to end up at a political table being our voice. He's taking part in staff level conversations.
Vice Chair Kostakis-Wanda.
So can we add maybe our executive director of our board as well included in that? if you're not comfortable with board? Like, what's that process about?
Again, we have been, in having those conversations, the City of Toronto has been letting the terms of reference be led by the other orders of government. It leads to them being more willing partners at that table. And that has not been the way they have done it. They have not had the board of directors, which is what a council is. The board of directors, appointees, elected officials, that's not who's been at the table. So we can put it in there. I would just be hopeful that we don't take offense if they come back and say those aren't the terms of reference of this table, because they really aren't at this point in time.
Yeah, we're just looking for like a definitive answer of if that's excluded. Any member of the board, like you said, I think originally I thought it was because you're city councillors as well, and that could be seen as a conflict of interest or whatnot, but it's not, right?
The executive director doesn't work for the service, he works for us, and we're a board of directors.
Okay.
That's not who's sitting at those tables. So if we want to put it there and then we run it by them, fine, but their terms of reference right now are they prefer to be talking to public servants, public safety servants, and the like, because then they can get into the high degree of technicality at those tables. Yeah.
And just something that was pointed out to me, I apologize, because I did ask us to specify the classes, 4 classes of 90, and we all understand that. But and maybe I've been now on the board during years of fiscal restraints. I'm not being very positive, but in the event, for example, if we got additional funding from the provincial government that allowed us to have classes 120, maybe I should take that out, just as an abundance of caution. But I guess it was my more pessimism in the present climate. So it's understood, and we all understand that, but we can take it out so that we don't preclude any manna falling from heaven in those future discussions. Mr. Brillinger?
Speaking to the motion now,
Take it out. Yeah.
I understand this as a motion to provide direction to the chief in the preparation of the budget. It is not approval of the budget. So I just want to remind my colleagues, we're not setting the budget with this motion. We're simply providing a command with some direction. The budget's coming back to us in December. So I just, and in support of your comment about backing out the 4 times 90, I would agree with that, because that's what comes forward in the budget, the full budget submission.
They could change their allocation. They could up their allocation. I would consider it a friendly amendment. I think it's a compromise. What Mr. Brillinger was saying was to be clear that staff level discussions that include the City of Toronto, et cetera. Do you want to tell Diana exactly where you want it? Because that makes it more clear why we're not in the clause. Yeah. Because then it makes it more clear why we're not there. Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Chang?
So because she's not here and there were changes to the motions, someone
All right.
has to second it.
All right. Mr. Brillinger, you're called on again, because it's true. We changed the motion slightly, and you're the seconder now. Did Councillor Chang, I'm sorry, Councillor Chang, did you vote in favor of this motion? I didn't see your hand up. I just want to make clear.
Yes, I fully support the motion.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So the motion is so moved. That completes item number 4. Item number 5 is an amendment to the board bylaw, number 162. It's the committee bylaws. It's the appointments committee. We have some deputations. First, Mr. Langenfeld.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Langenfeld. Thank you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So here on item 5, the proposed amendment to the Appointments Committee. First of all, going back on this, I'll just note that the Community Safety and Policing Act specifically says that you cannot delegate power to an employee who is the member of the police service or the chief of police. So be careful how you're wording and doing your delegations. On this item of the Appointments Committee, it talks about the justification for this being that it can take up to 2 months for the board to get around to having a meeting. And I would suggest that that's an indication of a problem with the board failing to have meetings on time. And of course, we have the calendar coming up where you're having 10 meetings in a year again. And again, I point out that, back in the days of Alec Mukherjee, it was 12 to 13 scheduled meetings plus countless special meetings and budget meetings and 15 to 20 meetings happening a year. But of course, now it's something that happens 10 times a year scheduled and then a couple of side meetings. Meanwhile, as for this Appointments Committee change, you'll notice that your board website now mentions the upcoming November 18th Appointments Committee meeting, and as it says, this meeting is confidential. And if you look at the past, you need only go back to the March 2024 of this year meeting and many more before that to see that, in fact, reappointments and appointments of special constables is a public matter, and the information is made public. And so you are, the proposal here for this amendment is to move what has been public into the secret sphere of confidential meetings, which is a violation of the Community Safety and Policing Act, which requires that other than the specific items that it sets out, you may not hold these items and these discussions in secret. This is, of course, becoming a major problem with the current police board, where you're having discussions offline and you guys figure out ways around the public sentiment, and then you come out all in agreement and failing to release public proper information, breaking the law. And of course, when police are the ones breaking the law and the oversight board responsible for them are the ones breaking the law, we end up with anarchy. So it'd really be nice if you folks would follow the law and do your jobs properly, including not delegating and moving into secret these items on appointments. The special constable should continue to be done in public. This has come up in the past where there have been reports about specific people that are a problem, and it's only at the public meetings that it gets brought up, and those people don't get hired. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. And just based on your comments, Dr. Kanengisser wants to make a few comments before I go to questions of Mr. Langenfeld. Dr. Kanengisser?
Just to clarify, as you could see from the report that you shared from previous months, those special constables were employed by external employers such as TCHC and TTC. Those appointments will continue to go to the full board publicly, as these are not employees of the board or the service. The Appointments Committee will only apply to what is internal labor relations for board employees or service employees.
Well, frankly, there's no justification for doing that in secret, though. So thank you for the clarification, though.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Langenfeld? Seeing none, and I'd also like to thank Ron Lubarski. Mr. Lubarski also provided comments, and you have them in your materials. May I have a motion to receive item number 5, please? Mr. Brillinger, seconded by Board Member Migliori, and all in favor. Item number 5 is approved. The next item is item number 6. It's the Toronto Police Service Board 2025 meeting schedule. We do have one deputation from Thiru Sathaya Sai, and I believe they are virtual. We could just check to see if they're online. All right, I've been advised that Thiru Sai is not online. If it happens to come on at some point, we can reopen. Happy to hear from Thiru Sai. May I have a motion to approve the Toronto Police Servants Board? If there were no questions? Sorry, I just assumed. Okay. It was moved by Nick Migliori, seconded by Vice Chair Stackis. Thank you. That's item number 6. Item number 7, again, is a report from Chief Demke, a contract extension, an increase with LexisNexis, and for the CopLogic incident reporting system software licensing support and maintenance. Understand Mr. Langenfeld is our first deputation.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I've shared the wrong screen here. Okay, hopefully you're seeing item 7 here. So on the LexisNexis CopLogic reporting system, I note that the total estimated cost for this system since 2027 is $624,000. Meanwhile, when we look back at last month's presentation for the digital platform, it was mentioned that we had spent an estimated cost of $1.1 million to get the parking complaint system online. And this CopLogic system is all the other online reporting systems. So in fact, now I know this $1.1 million was to create a lot of infrastructure to be able to do this, but we've already spent basically twice as much as what the spending total cumulative costs from 2009 to 2027. We've already doubled that to create the ability to report parking. So I'm questioning whether this is actually a reasonable expenditure going forward here. And what we're missing really is an overall analysis of what cost is what projects are prioritized, what the costs are, whether there is an actual business case justification for what's happening. We look here at the CopLogic, and it's saying that it's $40,000 a year for estimated maintenance costs and support. And yet, when we look back at that $1.1 million already spent to create the parking system, online reporting, there was no indication there of what the ongoing cost is. So we don't even have the information to be able to try and figure out whether or not this is a good use of money. And so I simply think that for all these IT purchases, and I'm speaking on the next 2 items as well, contracts, and it's for all of these cases, there needs to be a consolidated report coming to the board, made public, about what the priorities are and how much is being spent and what the projected costs are, and really put that out in a spreadsheet or a chart so that the public can understand what's going on and we can know that we're effectively using our funding and money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Any questions? Our next deputant is Ms. Corrado. Ms. Corrado provided us as well with a written submission. I believe Ms. Corrado will be appearing virtually. Oh, she's there.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Start when you're ready, Ms. Corrado.
Yes, I was just going to say about the CopLogic form. As a user of the Vulnerable Persons Registry, one of the options on CopLogic, I would like to say that CopLogic is very, very user unfriendly. One of the biggest problems is that the Vulnerable Persons Registry is based on an incident reporting form, which means that when I upload my photo onto the Vulnerable Persons Registry, it refers to me as an incident. It refers to everybody, all my information, as incidents. That's really dehumanizing, and it perpetuates the idea that vulnerable people and interacting with vulnerable people are as a problem, that we're problems, that we're just in the way, that it's really awful. And you wonder why you have so few people on the Vulnerable Persons Registry. It's because you're using CopLogic, and there are plenty of alternative VPRs. The city of Beaconsfield, which I live in now in Quebec, they have the library run their Vulnerable Persons Registry, and it's not CopLogic. They advertise the Vulnerable Persons Registry as a self-registrant tool to be able to help vulnerable people in a variety of situations, and it's very easy to fill out. It's just you print it on the internet and you bring it to the library. So much easier. If the Toronto Police Services wants to have an online registry, they can use Medical Alert, but they also could use vulnerablepersonsregistry.ca or ifineedhelp.org, two free systems that are way, way better than CopLogic. I would suggest retiring the CopLogic Vulnerable Persons Registry and switching to something that's a lot more user friendly, and something that's easy for people with disabilities to fill out themselves, because people with disabilities are going to be the people filling it out the most part.
Thank you, Ms. Corrado. Are there any questions or comments as it related to Ms. Corrado's deputation? Thank you, Ms. Corrado. That completes item number 7. May I have a motion to approve?
I have questions of staff
All right.
on this. Great.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo here, but just in response to Nicole's question, I'm wondering, has there ever been user experience analysis made on the online reporting portal?
Not until I gave a whole list of why it's not good. I gave some user experience data. There wasn't until I gave some. It was the first person, I believe the only person who gave any feedback. Originally, the form asked for parent or caregiver to fill out the information on the user's behalf.
I'm sorry, Nicole, my question was for the team, actually, for the service, but I'm grateful that you have made input into the user experience, but I wanted to hear perhaps from our CIO, what level of user experience analysis has been done, because I am concerned if we're hearing feedback that there is some gaps and we're extending the contract on this technology.
So thank you, Councillor Cheng, and I hate to disagree with Nicole, but there has been an analysis, and this is in fact what led to us initiating, or in part, the digital program. It has taken time to get that digital program up and running because there's significant sort of cultural, methodological, and technical changes that we needed to bring about in the service. The parking enforcement refit was the first use case, but certainly not the end. And I completely agree with Nicole Corrado's position that CopLogic is a terrible system for a vulnerable person registry. And that was made clear by the Ombudsman as well. And we are actively in discussions to try and change it and to modernize it. At present, the investment that has been made in the digital program is going to result in a complete rebuild of the online reporting tools, which could include vulnerable persons, but I'd likely try and look at another solution by June of 2025. So that's our timeline right now. And that is being led by our user experience team, our digital team.
And we know that this online portal is really important for potentially alleviating the load on 911 calls, which we know is very important. And so just wondering what kind of data we have on the use of the online reporting portal, and do we have any goals of how we'd like to increase the uptake.
Yeah, so we do know that the parking enforcement online reporting tool has increased uptake by 30%, and the 911 Ops Center is now looking at potentially pushing all parking complaints that come in through the voice line to the online reporting tool if there are no accessibility challenges for the individuals making the reports. Of course, if that's the case, then they take those over the phone. So that should push us even better. That is 10% of non-emergency calls, and that's a significant diversion. And we're trying to have similar impacts across the entire spectrum of divertible calls. Obviously, some calls to 911 are not divertible.
And is there a plan then to expand the number of categories? I remember I heard at some meeting that currently I think it's theft under 5,000 is online reportable, but is there a thought to expand to over 5,000?
There is. There is a range of report types which we are adding to, but the other aspect is redesigning it to be more user experience oriented. So oftentimes the complainant is not aware of whether their theft is over or under. That's sort of a policing world lingo. So what we're doing is allowing them to report the theft and helping guide them through that process and making the determination on the back end where it fits.
And my last question is, does this function like 311? Do people filing report get a case number that they're able to then to follow up on?
Yes, and that's a continuous build out of that solution to make it more and more trackable, and ultimately we'd like to have a space where you could look up and check on your pending or outstanding calls. We're not at that stage yet.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions. And happy to move the item if there's no other questions.
Thank you, Councillor Chang, and it's seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. Then we'll move on to item number 8, which is a similar report. It's from Chief Demke. It's the contract extension increase with Inquest Canada Limited for the time and resource management system, software licensing, maintenance, and support. And we have a deputation by Mr. Langenfeld.
Yes, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can, Mr. Langenfeld.
All right, thank you. Okay, so on item 8 here, this is the Infor Canada Time and Resource Management System, and just real quick, I just wanted to point out that, so in this situation, it's since 2001, there's a total cost for this system of $3.6 million so far, and that's, sorry, I heard somebody else speaking there. That's with an estimated cost of coming up approaching $500,000 a year to support that. But I noticed that it's mentioned here in the background that time and resource management system is fed into the PeopleSoft system, and that's the next item coming up here, which I will speak more on. But I wanted to reference these points from this this item here. I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any questions, Mr. Langenfeld? Mr. Brillinger? Oh, all right. So if there are no questions of Mr. Langenfeld, any questions of the command team or any of... Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I actually want to pick up on Mr. Langenfeld's comment because I picked up the same thing. So if I do the rough math, prior to this contract, the annual cost, and just putting 20 years to the 3.6 million, is 180,000, and it's 420 under the new contract. So just wondering why such a significant increase.
I'm happy to provide a clarification. We absolutely should have clarified this in the board report. The cost reference in the board report is from 2013 to now, and the reason is this whole application was owned by a completely different entity called WorkBrain. And so we contracted for WorkBrain back in 2001. We kept the application. I think in that 2012 period, Infor has then purchased it, and then we recontracted with them for the same application. But so in terms of the total cost, it's it's a 3.6, but that's only 2013 onward. So it's not a big jump if you look at over the years. It's a little bit more consistent to the current annual cost.
Great, thank you. So it's not 3.6 since 2001, it's
No.
3.6
Since 2012, 2013, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful, that makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, I believe you had your hand up. You had a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, does this system generate reports on hours worked versus other metrics that we're measuring?
It does generate reports on hours worked. This system is from timesheet or from clocking to gross, which is then fed into the payroll system. So calculations of overtime, calculations of premium pays, et cetera, would all be done within this system. The subdivision of time segments according to labor allocations, so what the person was doing, is not in this system. It could be used for that system. TPS does not leverage that capability. Hope that answers.
I believe that one of the Inquest recommendations was about reporting on police activity, that we would have a better idea, that the board should have a better idea of how policing hours are allocated. So I'm wondering why we're not leveraging existing technology that has this capability. In the past, I think when we've asked about it, I've been told that it's something that's under development. And so are we then looking at a whole other system to provide that report, or is there work going to be done to incorporate that capacity here so that we can get a report about how policing hours are allocated?
So if we're looking at an activity-based model, we don't have that implemented. There's a latent capability within the system to have that built. Right now, we don't have an activity model. So you would first have to define what it is that you want to break the time up into. What's your complete set of time allocations? And then you would have a certain measurement load where the officers would need to switch themselves on the system between those different things, or have an automated capability to signal to the system that the officer was switching between activities. Currently, we don't have that infrastructure.
But I think also just to add, there are other measures that the staff super certainly review on a weekly or near daily basis to kind of see what those activities look like. They're not necessarily out of this system, but in terms of number of calls being attended, time on call, court cases where they're in court. So they do have other systems to get some sense of that. It's just not through this application specifically.
So what is the pathway to fulfilling the, recommendation that has been made that there should be some type of report around how policing hours are allocated? Because I'm not hearing a plan here. I'm hearing that this doesn't have the parameters don't exist. There's some parameters, but, I think people would like to, writing a report or out patrolling or responding to a first level 1 priority response, or and the list could go on. And I think there are some big buckets that maybe what you're suggesting, Savina, you already have a line of sight to, but I'm trying to understand what is the timeline to that report that I think we've been requesting now for quite some time. And not really understanding why, if this technology has this capacity, why are we not implementing it?
Chair? I can't answer, Councillor Chang, thank you for the question. I can't answer specifically to this software and how it's being used for that information, but I can say that we have parameters for our supervisors, our unit commanders to monitor officers' performance. So we have a field operations dashboard that speaks to how many hours they're spending at calls, how much time is spent in court, sick time, how many calls they're attending. So that's part of an officer's and a supervisor's responsibility to ensure that they're monitoring monitoring that. It's part of their evaluations. So we do monitor it. We don't use the software to do that. Maybe there might be a better way in the future for us to do that, but it is part of a supervisor's general responsibilities to ensure that that is being done, that they're looking at that.
Can I ask oh, I thought she was finished.
Oh, just
Councillor
when
Chang.
can the board then get a report on how policing hours are allocated?
I was just going to ask a question. I know a member Migliore wants to as well, but and it's more for my understanding, because it almost sounds like what Councillor Chang's asking for is almost like a docketing exercise. You know, I drove down that street, stopped there, and had a conversation with so-and-so. And what you're saying is there are metrics surrounding an officer's day in terms of performance and various duties and other metrics. But is it right that that kind of docketing exercise, so you actually get exactly what that officer did, may be counterproductive in the sense that, you know, they could be responding to very serious situations, and that kind of requirement to actually start to be putting it in, even if it was fairly facile to do that in terms of a button where you say for the last 15 minutes. So I'm just wondering if maybe that's one of the reasons that you haven't utilized it in a docketing way.
So a little color and history. 23 years ago, I worked for a software startup called WorkBrain, implementing the system at Levi Strauss, Atlantic Packaging, a few other places. And this is the system that we use that has now been purchased by Infor. So I'm actually very familiar with the system. And what we're talking about in the system is labor allocation. So what's my employee been doing over all these time segments over this entire period? The system that the staff superintendent is describing is a self-reported system outside of this time and labor system. When you use these time and labor systems, the self-reporting is manual, and it's job by job checking in. So it's a different form of self-reporting, but it's much more rigid, and it is much more onerous on the individual's reporting. For that reason, very few hourly wage employee labor forces use labor allocation from these kinds of systems. Save and except when there's an external solution that is in some way measuring or monitoring what's going on, and then able to dissect those time segments without intervention from the employee. The main reason is they're very inaccurate when the employee does it. People don't keep track of their time effectively. For lawyers in the room, if you recall articling and consultants tracking down to the 15 minutes, that's a tough job. So where we sit in terms of the maturity of our systems, we don't have the automated capabilities to drive labor allocation, and we would need to develop those first. So if the board is looking for that type of accuracy and detail on reporting, there is actually a substantial roadmap to get there. I would suggest that our automatic vehicle location and the location of our officers is core to that. And even there, we're going to have gaps in terms of what kind of information we could infer from that methodology. So right now, to answer your question, Councillor Chang, we don't have a plan to develop that capability. I could put one together for the board if I so directed, and it would be an expansion of what I've just described, which is leveraging labor allocation through automated means of picking up signals that would be fed through an integration engine. So complex way of saying it would be a fair amount of work in at least 18 months of a project.
Thank you. I think I'm going to review the recommendations made through several of the inquests that have happened to figure out what exactly the determination is, and if this kind of clarity of request hasn't been made already, then we might need to move forward with it, but I will consult with the board staff and see if we need to bring something back at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. And Board Member Migliore.
Yeah, it's on.
So it says here, the terms, it actually says right in, exceptions to schedules, charges, worked hours against metrics such as specific jobs, projects, and/or departments. So you're saying that it does that, but it has to be manually done?
Yeah, so you would, so we, for example, Project Resolute's a great example. We have a project code, there are some sub-activities in that, and all of that is manually entered on a daily or weekly basis in terms of, you know, I was allocated to Resolute and I did active patrol or proactive patrol for this many hours. I then did radio calls. So it is a level of detail that it would all be manual. The only way to infer, as the CIO mentioned, so that it's not just officer reporting, would be to link it up with other operational systems like, you know, our records management system or turning AVL on to kind of infer what's happening without and actually having self-reporting. So we do make use of it for projects, and certainly we're able to track large projects that way. But at an individual activity level, for every officer, we do rely on really the manual sort of review of the OPRs and kind of the performance reports that the staff super was talking about. And at an aggregate level, what we can also say is roughly where are our resources allocated? Which command are they allocated to? Are they allocated to divisional work, to PRU? We can do that level, but at a enterprise level versus at a detailed sort of docking level, I think are two very different things.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Thank you. May I have a motion for item number 8, please? Mr. Brillinger and seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. Moving on to item number 9, which is contract extension and increase with Oracle Corporation for PeopleSoft Resources Management System Software Licensing, Maintenance, and Support. And Mr. Langenfeld, you have a deputation.
Thank you, Chair Morgan. And you'll all be happy to know this is the last item I'm speaking on today. So here on item 9, in this case, we're looking at this one report is looking for a 3-year contract extension for a cost of $2.2 million. So when we look at compared to some of the other items here that for contract renewals, this is really the big one. And I noticed that it mentions that since 2008, this has had a cost of $8.1 million, but it also mentions elsewhere in the report here that this RFP and the award was issued to Oracle for the PeopleSoft. Actually, I think it was somebody other than Oracle to begin with, but anyways, back in 1993. So in addition to the $8.1 million since 2008, there's some 15 years worth of costs to be added to that $8 million before that. I also noticed, and I spotted it just when I was looking at the estimated cost summary here in the increases, and then I see it's actually laid out that experience says that this vendor, Oracle and PeopleSoft, have a standard 8-year or 8% yearly cost increase. And that, you know, we hit 8% at one point here in a stellar year for a high point of inflation, but of course inflation is nowhere near that. And seeing that they apparently have an 8% cost increase on a regular basis, it makes me question whether the service and the city shouldn't consider avoiding ever using PeopleSoft. And meanwhile, it says here in the background discussion, it talks about this PeopleSoft, the human resource management system, is considered the backbone of Toronto Police Service organization, and it plays a critical role in shaping company culture, managing talent, and driving business success. And yet last month when Councillor Carroll asked some questions regarding the digital plan, I believe the comments were something to the effect of PeopleSoft is highly skilled at marketing their product, and that's their forte. And so I'm questioning, is PeopleSoft the right software for the city? Is it the right software for the service? We saw earlier that the time and resource management system is integrated into PeopleSoft and feeds into information into it. Is this the right commitment? Should we be committing another $2.2 million to go forward with this, or should they be looking at other software, both for the city and for the police service? And again, I think this comes down to where you need an overall plan of what you're spending and what you plan to spend on technology going forward, so that you have a one source place where the board and the city and everybody else can look to see where the money's going and try and figure out if the right decisions are being made and what other options there are. Thank you, and I hope you all have a good day.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Langfeld? Any sort of questions at large? All right. Thank you. May I have a motion to approve item number 9? Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. Moving on to item number 11, which is a report from our city solicitor, Ms. Wahlberg, and it's an agreement with Toronto Transit Commission regarding special constables. We have a deputation by Derek.
So in this agreement, it says, when searching an arrested person, a special constable shall A, only conduct a search subsequent to arrest as authorized by common law, and B, only conduct protective searches as defined in common law and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So these special constables have been trained on what the common law says in regards to searches subsequent to arrest. But a lot of these arrests are due to now, you didn't pay the fare to use the TTC. Does anyone in this room actually know what the common law says is payment? Because section 2.1 of the TTC bylaw says, no person shall travel or attempt to travel on the transit system or enter a fare paid area or attempt to enter a fare paid area without paying the appropriate fare. Okay. So this is from Williams versus Leonard and Sons, 1896, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, a purchaser for value is a well-known expression to the law. By the common law of this country, the payment of an existing debt is a payment for valuable consideration. That was always the common law before the reign of Queen Elizabeth, as well as since. Commercial transactions are based upon that very idea. It is one of the elementary legal principles, as it seems to me, which belong to every civilized country. Now it gets even more interesting. Anyone here ever read the Bills of Exchange Act? Value is defined as means valuable consideration. Section 57.1 of the Bills of Exchange Act says, every party whose signature appears on a bill is, in the absence of evidence to the contrary, deemed to have become a party thereto for value. Remember, value is defined as means valuable consideration. The common law says that payment is a payment for valuable consideration. Now you're probably sitting there going, okay, Derek, are you trying to tell me that all you have to do is sign your signature on something to use the TTC essentially for free? And I know that wouldn't make any sense until you realize security in Section 7 of the Constitution does not mean safety. Joe Oliver's admitted it to me. Current MP Rob Oliphant has admitted it to me. And the best part is, at the TTC board some years ago, Councillor Carroll acknowledged to me that she knew that security does not mean safety. It is a financial security. But these special constables don't know that, and it's not their fault. So, you know, public transportation is supposed to be free anyways, as it falls under the fourth head of charity, that of a general public utility, under the Maurice versus Bishop of Durham, 1805. Sir Samuel Romilly said that.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions of anyone else? Thank you. As well, in item number 11, Ms. Corrado submitted a written deputation. I thank her for that. May I have a motion to receive? Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Moving on to item number 14, which was the adequacy standard compliance report by Dr. Ken Gisser, 2023 body-worn camera audit. I think we held that down, Councillor Chang, because you wanted to ask a question.
Yes, that is correct. I'm just calling up my notes here. Sorry, it's taking a second. So I think it was illustrated that there's some gaps happening between police procedures and board policy. And I'm wondering, this study was done in 2022, and some of the reports point to things are going to be updated, but some time has passed between when this data was collected or audited and now. So I'm just wondering, is there an analysis of how to reduce the gap between procedure and board policy?
Councillor Cheng, through you, Chair. There are two answers. There's an ongoing 2024 audit of the year 2023, which will come to the board at a future date, and we are working through a backlog right now, so we are hoping that these will come forward faster. And also, as required in the board policy itself, there is a review process currently of the body-worn cameras, and one of the body-worn camera policy. And one of the things we're looking at is, as we've learned through the past couple of years of implementation, we're looking at where there are areas that we thought we could do things but turned out to be less feasible than we had expected. And one of the things that we will be looking at, or are looking at, is the requirements for audit. The actual load on the audit unit was higher than we anticipated when we wrote the policy, and that will be one of the things that we'll bring forward to the board.
Okay, so some of the outstanding questions that are built into this report that include this piece is going to be updated, the memorandum update book will be updated. All of those pieces will have a clarity in the next report then?
Sorry, yes, I believe so.
Okay, so then I won't, it sounds like it's just still all work in progress. So thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. First, Board Member Brillinger, and then after that, Councillor Carroll.
So the issue is workload of the audit group in terms of the, sorry, my first question is, if the policy was observed, how many instances would be included in the audit? So as I understand it from the report, those under the metadata under special SIU and OIP-RD were not included. If they were, what would the total sample size be?
I would look to the service to help me with that number.
Sorry, how do I turn this on?
I think they'll do it.
It's already on,
Yeah.
just put it towards you.
Oh, okay, sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Angela Skieta. I'm the Acting Manager of Audit and Quality Assurance. In terms of sample size, we need to know first the population. So to just say we're going to sample so many right now is really difficult because I don't know what the whole population of those meta incidents look like. So until we get the population and determine how much we can actually review with the resources we have, we can't answer that question.
And sorry, who would have that information? Who would have the population of that sample size?
It depends. So the SIU investigations, I think we would have to see what's been provided to them first. For like 2024, we'd have to get that data. I'm not sure who manages that for the service, but we'd be reaching out to management to see who has that data, and then we'd be looking at the population and pulling a sample from that.
And just to confirm, the issue with fully implementing the policy is a resourcing issue in the audit group. Is that what or is there some other technical? I'm trying to understand that the report says the policy was this, we're not able to do it. It doesn't really say why. Kind of what is the issue with the metadata from SIU and that makes the policy unimplementable. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I think it might be a bit misleading to saying it's a resource issue, because that would imply that we can resource them up and that will be sufficient, but the numbers are so high that there's no reasonable way that a reasonably sized audit unit will be able to deal with it. It's, on my understanding, hundreds and hundreds of cases annually that require an in-depth engagement with a qualitative analysis.
Yeah, I could just add some comments. Like, I do think there's two distinctive pieces that we're talking about here. There is policy and procedure that needs to be updated that will assist as we move forward in doing audits in this space. But definitely we have made amendments in regards to the memo book recommendation. We've added that now in the memo books. So in the event that an officer does get involved in a interaction and doesn't end up doing the notification right away, because obviously it wouldn't be appropriate, the minute they look at their rights to counsel, right above it, it speaks to that. We've also definitely added a lot more training regularly on body-worn camera best practices through the training at the college. And I think in regards to the OIPRD, one of the issues around knowing if we were compliant was that the OIPRD system at that time actually dictated like the information flow, and now a new system has allowed for us to know that yes, we're compliant. Every time an OIPRD investigation happens, we know that we've shared body-worn camera video that gets looked at right away, and I believe SIU, we were compliant also in that audit. And speaking to governance, we're really close from the services point of view in updating our procedure, and I believe the board and James are currently working on the policy to kind of wrap it up.
Great.
But I mean, I think the big key here is that we really have embraced the technology, and there was a big change management piece to it, and our officers have done exceptionally well at it. And then from a supervisory point of view, we've also put in place, monthly reviews of the members to ensure that we're capturing anything sooner than later.
Great, thank you.
I hope that helps.
Very much,
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Carroll, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm going to have to belabor this point because I'm not quite understanding. First of all, somebody explained this ongoing discussion to me. Who's having the discussion? At the time of this audit, discussions between the service and the board were ongoing in relation to the board requirement to test metadata and so on and so forth. So who's having that discussion? Is it just offline and ongoing? Why would we not just report what you think are the obstacles and put it before the board, and we'll talk about it here? Where is this conversation happening?
So the conversation is happening between the board staff and the service staff, and we're working on proposed revisions to the policy, and those will come to the board with an explanation of what exactly the issue was, what possible alternatives we have to correcting it or revising it. And that's the time when it will come to the board for a fulsome discussion.
So in the meantime, so that if our conversation might inform them making that decision, I'm trying to understand what this means, to test metadata for all incidents related to PSA complaints, SIU, and OIPRD investigations. Therefore, this work is excluded from the scope of this point. Are we saying that anytime the footage is forwarded on to those authorities, it's now not included in our audit? Is that what that sentence is saying to me?
So in this aspect, for this past audit, yes, it was, because it was still under discussion. So, and the problem is
yes,
because...
it was included, or it was not?
Sorry, it was excluded from the scope because it says
Okay.
all. And the problem with that is we can't look at all recordings for all complaints, all SIU, it's just too much work. I don't even know how many complaints there are in a year that involve body-worn camera footage, so I can't say a number for you. But in terms of resources that we would need to do that, it would take up our whole team and probably the whole year to do. It's just too much. The board policy allowed for sampling of other incidents, but for whatever reason, when the board policy was created for those specific items, it says all.
Oh,
And
they
that-
separated them out and said all.
Yes, and we came back and said, we can't do all, we need to do a sample, like an audit is a sample
Right.
of a population. We don't look at everything and provide 100% assurance, we look at a sample and then we give you our findings based on that sample. So that's why we had held it. And going further, we're going to be discussing it with the board to determine what the scope is for the next audit
Yeah.
and how those will be handled. But it is something that has to be addressed in the board policy going forward.
So I wonder if I can make this a little more, what would be the problem with writing a report that tells us that? Because it seems like there's this long discussion going on, whereas here we are, I'll bet every member of this board was not around when that policy was made, because if I go back to when BWC policy was being developed, but probably most of us were not here. If you put before us, a policy you suggested, board, is next to impossible to do. We could do a sampling of each of the above, and you put it before us what the challenges were. I would be inclined as a board member to move a motion. Okay, I get it now. I would like a sampling of each of these to be analyzed, and it would pass in a heartbeat in this room, rather than continue to have discussions back and forth. Just bring us a report telling us they've got a problem, and we'll move a policy amendment. That would move things along.
That is the plan. I don't anticipate this will take much longer. We just wanted to make sure that we don't come back a number of times with different changes, just so we have all the changes that are necessary all in one place.
Okay, thank you. I do have other questions, but they're all with respect to the stats that we do have. We're looking at the percentages. Sometimes they're kind of the non-compliance percentage. Sometimes they're troubling. 28% one time, 8% in other places of the non-compliance percentages. Do we have by now a body of work to compare ourselves to other boards? Because it seems to be we all adopted BWC about the same time. So is this a conversation that's happening at the association level, such that we're starting to get a body of comparative data together to measure ourselves against others?
The research I'm familiar with is more from the States, and compared to
I guess
those,
they started sooner.
We're doing significantly better than most. I think there may be
We're
one
doing
outlier.
better than most, or I'm having trouble hearing you?
Yeah, yes, our numbers are much better than most.
Okay.
And I would say in part it is because of the way that the governance around this was structured from the beginning.
Yeah.
There's less comparative data right now from within Canada that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But I do want to add on that we're in a relationship right now with two academic researchers who work in Canada to review the impact of the body-worn camera project. That was one of the resolutions of the board at the time of approving this policy. So this is ongoing work, and I hope that we will have results in the coming year.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any others? Thank you. Perhaps Councillor Chang, no other questions? Thank you. And we did have a written submission by Nicole Corrado. So at this point in time, I'd ask, have a motion to receive item number 14. Board Member Migliore, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Thank you. Moving on to item number 15. It was the report by Chief Demke, semi-annual report, publication of expenses Jan 1st to June 30th, 2024. Just want to note that Nicole Corrado had a written submission, and was it you, Mr. Brillinger, who had a question? I'm not sure. I did hold it down.
I got it answered offline, so I can just move receipt. Yeah.
Perfect. Any other questions? Thank you. I wonder if I have a motion to receive. Yes, Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley. Moving on to item number 16. This is the annual report on training and development. Before we go to the deputations, and we have 3 that are actually we're going to hear from, and a number of written that I will announce the names of who actually submitted. Just like to make a few comments on item 16, which is a report by Chief Demkew. I note, as referenced in the report itself, that recommendation 116 of the recommendations contained in the Honorable Gloria Epstein's missing and missed report stated that the board and the service should commit the service to become a recognized national, if not global, leader in police training, education, and professional development, both for recruits and the service's sworn officers and for its civilian employees, with particular emphasis on those who perform functions relevant to this review's mandate, such as community engagement, equity, inclusion, and human rights. In my view, the service continues to demonstrate its ongoing pursuit of excellence in the realm of training every day, and it's very much evident in this annual report. I note the progressive and innovative themes and topics addressed in training over this past year, some of which include body-worn camera use, gender diversity and trans inclusion, introduction to the Indigenous experience, foundation of Islam, addressing Islamophobia, and the military wellness, veterans wellness program. It's clear Toronto Police Cottage is simply not training members to be effective and efficient police officers, but they're training them to be compassionate, accountable, well-rounded ambassadors for community safety. Of particular note, our service members are taught to prioritize de-escalation as a foundational philosophy. They're taught to use a trauma-informed, culturally responsive approach that acknowledges the intersectionality of Toronto's community. I am proud, 2 of the college's specialized training programs, cutting-edge professional development opportunities, its inclusion of measurable standards and accountability, and continued engagement in national and global training presentations and ongoing annual reporting requirements. I'd also like to note a strong emphasis placed on the transfer of learning and the evaluation of training effectiveness, and issues been raised in a number of forums, including the board's Mental Health and Addictions Advisory Panel, or what we call MHAT, of which I'm the co-chair. I'm also pleased, in response to the board's 81 recommendations on police reform, that the service has entered into a memorandum of understanding with an academic institution to facilitate an independent academic review and evaluation of the training offered at Toronto Police College. This is pioneering and important work that will only serve to strengthen the quality of our training program, along with the increased ability to retain and transfer it to the work that's done in our communities. Also important too is the role of community voices in the services training. And we heard from some of them today, quite powerful remarks. The report notes the community consultation plays a critical role in our training, with the service co-fostering a co-design, co-develop, and in many cases, a co-delivery framework, and help maintain the confidence of our community and professional and academic partners. This integration of community lived experience is a very important tenet of our training. On a personal note, I want to comment that when I've had the opportunity to attend at the college, I'm always struck by the professionalism, dedication, and work ethic of all the college staff and leadership. It's really clear why they are the leaders in this field, and with their ability to meaningfully integrate community and lived experience, mental health awareness, equity-focused concepts into their training courses. At the same time, they're leaders because they're not content to sit back. They are constantly working to improve however they can and continually committed to continuous learning and modernization. And so before we actually get to our deputants on this, and then eventually your questions, I believe the Chief wants to make some remarks. Thank you, Chief.
I'll actually turn it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief. So for those that have read the report, really what it outlines is it's an overview of what we've delivered in 2023. It's primarily focused on the college, but it does also speak to some of the other training we provide with our partner agencies as well, more broadly with the People and Culture pillar. I think it's important to know that some of this is mandatory. We have to meet mandatory minimums, but very often we end up exceeding kind of the legislative requirements for the sworn and civilian professionals. As the chair mentioned, we do continue to integrate internal and external stakeholders and hear the voices of community to refine our curriculum year over year, kind of iteratively, and to address sort of emerging and evolving needs as they come up. And certainly 2 examples of that this past year were what we rolled out to combat anti-Semitism as well as Islamophobia. And that was directly from the community, and we worked with them on those courses. And then we do start to speak to the effectiveness of our training, and that will be bolstered by the academic partnership we have through Humber. But what you will see is a spirit and intent to continue to modernize our training and make sure it's relevant to meet the needs of community. And what we are seeing even in like the next report on the use of force report, and make sure that those lessons are continually integrated into what we do. And so, just to highlight, many of our classes are sought after just even outside of Toronto Police. Examples of that is we have an Ontario Major Case Management and Sexual Assault Investigators course, as well as a Human Trafficking Investigations course. Those are some of the few that are sought after beyond just Toronto Police to external agencies and have been internationally recognized. And what we need to know is adjacent to the hiring, this is a key part of our value proposition. This is what differentiates us. It's actually not compensation and benefits. It's the training, it's the development, and it's the opportunities that you get here. This is part of what a candidate, when they have many different services to pick from, this is what would attract them here and in an area that we certainly want to keep investing in. With that, I will conclude. And we do have the college staff here. We have the unit commander, acting superintendent Paul Rinkoff, acting inspector Pat Coyne, as well as some of the instructors to actually support the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Dallowell. And then back to the first deputation, Ingrid Boudet, who I believe Ms. Boudet is going to be joining us virtually. She represents No More Noise Toronto.
So let me just share my screen. I trust you can see me.
We can, Ms. Boudet. Start when you're ready.
Excellent. Share. Okay. Thank you, Toronto Police Services Board and staff and councillors, members. I'm here to speak about the annual report on training and development. So my name is Ingrid Boudet and I'm founder of No More Noise Toronto. We are a grassroots organization that is collaborating with the city. Pardon me, I've got a window going. We're collaborating with the city divisions and councillors to reduce the noises that wake us up, keep us up, and disturb us day and night. With almost 1,600 subscribers to Noise News and support of Fontra and Foster, we represent hundreds of thousands of residents. We are an engaged and an impacted group, and we need your protection from noise pollution. We are data and process oriented, and as I only have a little bit of time, the image on the left is where I crowdsourced data for the joint illegal muffler inspection events. And then the image on the right is the current workflow for residents that trying to report moving vehicle noise, which basically doesn't work. Who are our members? Well, many different noise sources can disturb us, but the biggest one is exhaust noise from motor vehicles. As you can see, 75.1% of people indicate that as a noise source. We are thankful to have already had a couple meetings with Toronto Police Services, and we've met with Sergeant Warren Stein, Sergeant Jason Kraft, and retired officer Sean Shapiro. And we wanted to learn about the process of noise enforcement and constraints that you're working under. We've learned a lot about the process that doesn't seem to be working for anyone except lawbreakers and noisemakers. So what we want is for you to start with the basics and include illegal muffler identification in officer training. This should be low cost and easy to implement. Additionally, they should be trained on how to ticket offenders under the Highway Traffic Act 75.1. And if it doesn't work well, let's fix it. I saw a Toronto Police Service video about how loud pipes don't save lives. Let's start sharing that with the public. You need to start taking this problem seriously. It is only going to get worse with active exhausts and outside speakers on electric vehicles. So the noise is really bad in Toronto. In 2017, according to Toronto Public Health and their How Loud is Too Loud report, traffic noise accounts for 60% of noise in Toronto. It's year round, motorcycles are all the time, and cars can burp, fart, and backfire all year round. Noise canyons created by glass and concrete buildings reflect street level sounds right up to the top levels. So one driver can deliver millions of harmful peak noise impacts to defenseless residents at the flick of a wrist or the press of a pedal. There's lots of health impacts of noise, and that leads all the way up to premature death. Toronto, it is a public health hazard. Professor Tor Oyamo is a professor from TMU, and he estimated 230 premature mortalities annually due to ischemic heart disease, and 20,000 quality years of life are lost annually due to annoyance and sleep disturbance. So we recommend that you train officers on identification of illegal mufflers, train them on how to ticket, educate the public on illegal mufflers, and help us advocate for automated enforcement by supporting us in getting permissions from the province to run a noise camera pilot. Thank you very much. We need to work together because there isn't one thing that's going to solve loud vehicles, but a combination of tactics, and starting with educating your officers will help ticket them and can go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boudet. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Boudet? All right, thank you. Next, Deputy Derek. And Derek as well provided a written submission.
I forget if it came to me exactly when I was laying in the lockup at 52 Division or 14 Division, but this comes from R versus Layton, 1986. I believe his first name was Jack. This is from the Ontario Court of Justice. To the extent to which the Trespass to Property Act infringes the appellant's freedom of expression guaranteed by Section 2B of the Charter, it is of no force or effect pursuant to Section 52.1 of the Constitution Act 1982, which is the Supremacy Clause. Now, do all of you understand the words that just came out of my mouth? Because I just want to say that I forgive you. Just don't do it again. Also, I don't know if anyone heard, I held a bit of a mini training session at the 33 Division Town Hall the other week. I recognize this officer over here. And I just wanted to add, remember I came here, I had a small little handbook, a purple book, the Police Officer's Manual by Gary Rodriguez. And they start off by saying that the rule of law is made up of a bunch of maxims of law. So here's one maxim. It says, everything that the law does not forbid is permitted. This is from Attorney General of Canada versus Kennard, 1975. The Supreme Court of Canada said that it is the premise of our legal system that no legal permission is needed to do anything or act in any manner not prohibited by law, whether statute law or common law. And for those that weren't there, I know I'm probably unfair to put him on the spot like this. I asked Superintendent Locke, to the best of his knowledge, is it illegal for members of the public to go down to City Hall and ask questions? And I sounded off on the way recently. Not these councillors here, I haven't seen them do it yet, but the way some members of council speak to members of the public when they come to speak there, awful. They just get ganged up on and they get cross-examined and they get these smart aleck questions. And you all now know, and I want Chief Dempsey to investigate this for himself so he doesn't waste his manpower sending people down there to deal with these people just arbitrarily making stuff up. Is it illegal for members of the public to ask questions down at those meetings at City Hall? He's going to find out it's not. They're just making stuff up. And to make a commitment, because he wants to rebuild public trust, he's not going to send members down to his officers down there to deal with these ding-dongs treating us like crap.
Thank you. Any questions of Derek? We're so much nicer here, though, aren't we? I said we're so much more civilized here, aren't we?
Well, 99% of the time.
Next, we have Ms. Corrado. Ms. Corrado as well provided a written submission, and she's with us virtually as well. .99% is good.
What I was just going to be saying about the training is that while the point, the missed report by Justice Epstein said that you have to be thinking about diversity and inclusion. However, the training program for autism, the disability training in particular, the training program for autism is very out of date, and it's not done by autistic people. Rather, it is done by organizations that work with autistic people. Most concerning, Autism Speaks, which is a eugenics organization that is dedicated through a program called Missing, ironically, to try to find a genetic cause for autism so that you could either use a gene therapy to try to eliminate autism through some sort of a conversion therapy, or eliminate autistic people before they're born through abortion. Having a group that is looking to eliminate a complete group of people doing the training and being on the Persons with Disabilities Community Consultative Committee representing autism is very, very concerning. I would suggest that both the Persons with Disabilities Community Consultative Committee and the training program about autism, the training module and the speakers in the training program, be replaced with having actually autistic people giving the training. Autism Speaks needs to be removed from all. Police need to cut all ties with Autism Speaks because they really are a problem. And instead of working with agencies, work with autistic people. And that the same goes for all minority groups. The other thing I was going to say about the training is that there's absolutely no training regarding animals. And police encounter animals every day, yet there's no training about animals. And as a result, according to the use of force report, 12 animals were actually killed last year by police. And that's roughly 12 to 18 animals a year. That's about one a month. And that's also very, very disturbing. That could be reduced, if not eliminated, by having training, basic training on how to de-escalate animals situations humanely.
Thank you, Ms. Corrado. Any questions? Councillor Carroll has a question, Ms. Corrado.
Yeah, Nicole, I may be putting you on the spot, but I know a little bit about the reservations about Autism Speaks, having talked to other adults living with autism like yourself, but I wonder if you want to elaborate at all.
Well, Autism Speaks does not have any autistic people on its board of directors, and it's also, practically every autistic person finds it offensive. If you're looking for an organization to work with instead, I would highly recommend two organizations. A for A, Autistics for Autistics Ontario. A for A, it's letter A, number 4, letter A, Ontario.
Right.
And Youth Alliance for Intersectional Justice, or YAGE. Those two organizations are run by autistic people for autistic people, and we give a much more accurate representation of autism than any of the non-autistic groups representing autistic people that you currently are working with.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Corrado. And I would like to acknowledge, before we get into other questions of the command team, Ekarina Habus, Gail, Frederick Post, Abigail Johnson, Sue DeGrandis, Alan Baker, and Susan Fitzpatrick all provided thoughtful comments in written form, and you have them in your materials. At this point, are there any questions of the command team as it related to the report? Councillor Carroll?
I did, and it may have come up, but the longer we go in the day, the harder it is for me to hear these microphones. So I'm wondering if we could just go back over where we are. The annual in-service on fair and unbiased policing. There was a point in time where we were focusing, having peers do a part of the training. We had community members coming in, and I'm wondering if that is still going on. It was something that came about at the time we first established the carding policy and set up ARAP, and I was wondering if that's still in force, or are we using other methods? Because it listed as among some of the initiatives that have been updated.
Thank you for the question. Great question, Councillor. Just from a general perspective, we have open doors at the Toronto Police College. So all of our training, we are open to people coming to observe, to rate, to evaluate. So certainly if you're interested in any of the specific training, and I invite any member of the board, please reach out and don't hesitate. And we do it on a regular basis, including our academic institutions and their evaluations. We are very transparent, open, and we're quite proud of what we're doing. I'm going to let Inspector Pat
But
Coyne-
what I'm trying,
Yes,
sorry to interrupt you, but what I'm talking about is them actually helping to provide the training.
That's correct.
That was going on. Yeah.
Yes. So we were at one point having outside agencies support us through the training, and we have moved to a different model. And I'll let Inspector Pat Coyne speak to it, because he's part of the current design for the 2024 and 2023 model.
Thank you.
So just to give some context, what I can explain is that there's, depending on the type of training, and I know, Councillor, that you mentioned a couple of different training titles. Depending on the training title, there's different opportunities to have external lectures or external people be part of the training. In-service training is one that would be very challenging to do. We run over 4,000 officers. It's run 6 days out of the week, out of 7. It's full-time employment, and we have members that train on that, civilian equity inclusion specialists at the college, and that's one of their full-time responsibilities is participating in development and delivery of that training. But there are other training opportunities delivered through the Toronto Police College where because they lend to the opportunity to do so. For example, some of our specialized courses where we can have guest lecturers in, and there's training that occurs through the college, not delivered by us, other programming through the service, including the community experience program, that are specifically delivered through community members and representatives, because that is a format that lends to the opportunity to do so.
So it's the theory, if you have the guest lecturers coming, just periodically throughout, sooner or later on your in-service training, you're going to, in 1 year or another, you'll encounter some of that kind of training.
So I guess you wouldn't, in-service training it's the same training course run throughout the year.
Yeah.
Each year it's refreshed and new. But what we really do is we leverage the opportunity to include community input to inform the development of the training. And there's different ways that we do that, and we've used community advisory panels to do so. There's actually a robust strategic method of doing it. In order to allow that representation to inform the training in a way that we could actually manage doing so on a daily basis, 6 days out of the week, on a full-time training course for in-service training. Or in-service training is unique to some of the others. It's just the number of people that go through it, and the number of times that we offer it per day. It really is a full-time responsibility for members.
Right.
So maybe if I can add, because I think there's the piece that, just to bridge from when I think you were on the board before to now, one of the big things that we did, I think back in 2020, was our in-service training program is now taught by civilians. It actually used to be officers that teach it, including the equity material.
That's what I experienced.
Where we would have leaned on guest lecturers as time permitted, kind of sporadically
Yeah.
to fill the gap. The challenge with that model is when you are running this course 2 times a week, every day for like almost a full year,
'cause
because you
they're
got to run
they're
through.
still 3-day
You're losing the
sessions.
consistency and the reinforcement of the same things. What we actually did, which was one of the early investments we made in the post-TTF 81 reform era, was we civilianized a number of instructors, and we brought instructors with the right background, lived experience. They teach this in their professional capacities, and we brought them on as full-time instructors to lead the curriculum, to inform it, and then we supplemented that with the community advisory piece that Pat's talking about.
Right.
And so that's the in-service training. We still have the lane, I guess, for partners to come in and lecture on different courses. And the community experience program is something we offer to all of the cadets after they leave the college, which is actually a week of immersive kind of grassroots organization delivered exposure, training, and things like that. So
Yeah,
the
okay.
model certainly has changed since, I think, your original reference point, for sure.
Yeah, okay.
And Councillor, just to close the loop on that, to the fair and unbiased policing, that's exactly what we've done. So we have hired individual civilian experts with those lived experiences who deliver that program on a regular basis, because our deliverables have increased with just that specific program as we now train all new employees, special constables, and communication operators and recruits.
Right. Okay, thank you. I'll speak to it when we get to speaking, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I believe Councillor Cheng, you had your hand up for a question.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 hopefully quick questions. The first one, just pointing to our deputant, Ingrid Boudet, a strong noise advocate in our city, and just wondering what is the scope of training around noise enforcement that is provided?
So specific to noise enforcement, if I may answer the question, it's covered within our Highway Traffic Act training, and that training is given in 2 locations to our recruits. It's given at the Ontario Police College, and it's also given to our recruits at Post-Ontario Police College. So that's where most of that training is given. It is conveyed at the Toronto Police College, at least, by experts from traffic services, where they also have the tools that are available to measure those noises. We also work in collaboration with our noise bylaw people. So that's part of the training, is to work with our City of Toronto noise bylaw.
Thank you. My next question, actually, Savina brought it up, the community experience program. That sounds like a fantastic program. And as you know, a lot of people in the city, we really want more community officers. If our budget allowed, we would love to have more neighborhood officers. But in the absence of that, we know that the special constables in our TCHC communities play an important role in our city. And is there an opportunity to leverage some of our neighborhood officer, community officer type trainings, including something like the community experience program, to be offered to special constables, especially in TCH communities where there isn't a neighborhood officer, that some of the learnings and approaches that are taught would be very helpful for special constables to acquire these skills and knowledge?
So I think, so in terms of our oversight of the TCHC constable trainings, we're there for the provincial minimums. This is really the add-on piece. So my recommendation would be to maybe move that forward through the TCHC board. And we're happy to kind of lend our contacts and the model and share how to do it. But that's certainly something that the TCHC board and management would need to just sort of explore.
Great. Thank you. And my last question is about on page 20, you talk about a 4-level Kirkpatrick hierarchy of evaluation, and a lot of the evaluation on this training report is self-evaluation. And I'm wondering, are we planning on expanding those tools that are used, in particular, the effectiveness of peer intervention, anti-Indigenous, and anti-Black racism courses?
So in terms of level 3 evaluation and looking at if there's a change of behavior, we have looked at day 1 IST, which is what you're seeing on the report. As we move through our memorandum of understanding and our scope of work with the Humber Institute, we're looking at other avenues of how we can train in all areas of the Toronto Police College and really best standards for doing so. So these are things that we're going to be looking at through 2025. We would like to get to a place at the college where all deliverables, where all training offerings are evaluated. And we like to get to a place where they're done in a way that's academically acceptable, and that is something that we can be proud of, and it's something that we can share. So we're doing it in some areas, and next steps is we're going to hopefully learn from our partners and incorporate that into all of our training at the college.
Great, thank you. And those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
believe, Councillor Carroll, you said you wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain. I don't need to move a motion on this or anything, but I just wanted to explain. I think our reasons for asking this and my reason for wanting to know is, I had that experience of the 3-day training that I had, but it's becoming clear this world is either pre-pandemic or post-pandemic. And so a lot of things, like especially very human-centered things like training and things like that, changed, became more technological, whatever, during those 4 years. And I saw rewrite, have we covered off and made sure that we put back that lived experience piece? And it sounds like we found other ways to do it. But it's so important. And I want to acknowledge Nicole, because it's the kind of thing that is a constant thing, because you can't generalize about interactions and working with adults with autism. There's no way to generalize it, because there are as many different kinds of people with autism as there are human beings. but there are some things that can help you, and to speak to an adult who is living with it, someone like Nicole is a rare gift, because she really can describe the experience and is such a great advocate for others in that community, that I hope that that's the approach. Wherever you can fold into the development of the program lived experience or the instructor lived experience, but where you can't, that the door is open to the guest stars coming in and sort of helping officers to understand that. Because while it seems like a tremendous challenge, once they're in there and they're a captive audience for 3 days, what I found most exciting about it, I found that that training really impactful, because they've already served. It's not like bringing in the new recruits. They're already living the life of an officer, and so they really know how to interact with the instructors, and it becomes that much more meaningful, because they throw up, but what about this? And you really have the kind of conversation you can't have with the new recruits. And so to me, that's a really special time to start talking about the lived experience stuff, because they've had a couple of calls where they've had to encounter it. And some of them were just light bulb moments, because they thought, oh, I've been in that situation. Now I have a new tool. So I'm happy to hear that we're finding ways, even post-pandemic, to keep doing it, even though the training, naturally is going to get a little more technological. Thank you. Anna.
Thank you. Any more comments? Vice Chair Kostakis.
And just to piggyback on that, I think it's really important, obviously, because I know some of our best staff were people who were already in those situations. But I also want to acknowledge, I know when I was at the wellness, it was a bit of a small conference forum. Also, some of our officers also have lived experience, so it's part of that training, and so I think it's really important to acknowledge that outside of our civilian and other experts in lived experience, we also have people within our service, both civilian and sworn, that are part of this training that I've been exposed to anyway in the years that I've been around within the training session. So I think that's really great as well, and to acknowledge that, and I concur. Yeah.
Thank you. No more comments. Wonder if I could have a motion to receive item number 16, Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Vice Chair Kitstakis. And then moving on to item number 17, which is the 2023 Annual Use of Force Report. And we have some deputations. The first one is Nicole Corrado.
Yes. Hello. I would like to say that I'm quite concerned about the number of animals killed, about roughly one a month, according to the use of force report. There was about 12 animals killed by the police last year. There were 24 shootings and 12 of those were animals. I think part of the problem is several-fold. One of the things is that the police procedural about animals is really out of date, still referring to cattle running loose in the roads, and it very much encourages the killing of animals. The other issue is that animal services is no longer 24/7. There is no animal services between 1 a.m. to 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. So in the middle of the night, there's absolutely no animal services, and Toronto Wildlife Center also is only available during the day. The other issue is that police have absolutely no training regarding animal welfare. I looked through the training that they get, nothing about how to de-escalate animals. There's no emphasis on de-escalation of animals, nothing about first aid for animals, nothing about humane ways to interact with animals. And also, when animals are killed, they're just listed as animal. And the form only has dispatch an animal. It doesn't even have any options for reporting any other non-fatal interaction with an animal. And it only lists animal. So we don't know why these animals are being killed, what type of animals are being killed, what the circumstances are. And there's no third-party investigation. The SIU only investigates human cases. It would be much better if every one of these cases of killing animals were listed as complaints at the end of these meetings, along with the human complaints, with the complainant being the animal. And that way the public could read the stories and make some comments. Plus, I think there's no community consultative committee for animals. There really needs to be an animal community consultative committee. The other thing I would also say is about use of force on neurodivergent people. It's very, very disturbing when I, have seen neurodivergent people being tasered or worse. And again, that's because there's no lived experience training regarding autistic people. So the police will, I had a recent case where police were pulling on me by the arm, even though I was yelling, leave me alone. I was, interacting with them in a library. They were, even though they knew I was autistic, it's because they're trained to block people's paths, which causes a constraint, containment pressure, and that, and they're it's sensory overload, and they don't understand autism, they don't understand animals, and that there really needs to be a whole lot of detasking in this city.
Thank you, Ms. Corrado. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Corrado. The next person's Matthew Taub, apparently in person. I haven't seen Mr. Taub. He's not here. And I'd like to acknowledge as well, Mr. Taub provided a written submission. And the last deputant is Howard Morton. He provided a written deputation as well. He's from the Law Union of Ontario, as you know. Are there any questions at large on this report? Chris and I think Shelley. Go ahead, Chris, if you've got your question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Great report. Really good analysis and kind of fulsome analysis, so I wanted to acknowledge that. I'm wondering how, because we now collect disaggregated data with regard to use of force, so will future reports start to provide some of that level of analysis of use of force?
Like what, specifically what kind? Because most of this is driven off of a mandatory use of force.
Gender,
reporting.
age, race, that kind of
demographic
disaggregated
data.
So the race and identity-based analysis is what we're doing with use of force data. The province aggregates and provides row-level data on use of force forms for the entire province. So what we are doing is leveraging that data, in fact, in our analysis. We do additional analysis where we tie back those records to existing other records in the police service and the records management solution. We take that analysis to the community advisory panel of the race-based data program, but we don't release that data because it can be de-anonymized and identify individual officers in that process, which is against the principles of the RBDC program.
Understood. I mean, obviously, we would never, I mean, it's basic in terms of data management, but now that it's collected on the use of force incident reporting form, if we have the right volumes, we would be able to report in a disaggregated way, right? Okay.
I guess in an aggregated way. So there are, we've already reported on our race-based data and our use of force findings and sort of proportionalities between different demographic groups. So if we're talking about the person facing the use of force, we do that reporting already. Right. What we don't do is link it directly necessarily to, let's say, an officer profile and publish that. That part we don't.
Yeah. And I would think I mean, is there a narrative? Is there a story to tell? Does the data tell us anything? Because often we have data and if it doesn't tell us anything, then it's not going to be helpful. I guess they're getting us ready for when we're timed on questions. The other thing is everything seems to be trending in the way we would like to see it go. Are there kind of learnings from that in terms of that we can build on? What are the kinds of reasons we think we're trending in the right way? And how can we reinforce, whatever it is we're doing kind of right, how can we reinforce that and build on it? Thank you.
So I want to start on the things that are one of the reasons why we're trending, I believe, in some positive directions, and I think it is indicative of the caliber of training. I think it's indicative of the equity strategy and the work we're doing in our hiring and in our promotional work. You will, have heard us reporting on the makeup of our recruit classes, of our promotional processes, of the senior officer cadre, and the demographics as it relates to that. And I think we're seeing the benefits of some of that. However, as with all things to do with statistics, there are always cautionary tales. And I think this is, while we are very much mindful of taking pause to reflect on the good work that's happened and taking pause to reflect on some of the positive trends that we think are attributable to some of our progressive work, particularly under the leadership of the CAO. I think that if I turn to Colin and talk about race-based data and some of the findings that we continue to see emerging there's work to do and greater understanding for us to make sure that we continue in the positive and explore the things that are anomalies otherwise to what are some of the broader positive things. So I don't know if you want to add more clarity, Colin, but I think I just, I do always, when it comes to these things, offer a bit of caution for us.
So just if we're looking at the race-based data program and what we're seeing in the use of force, we are seeing disturbing trends in terms of particularly young racialized men. There's an increase in violence. There's an increase in carjackings, gunplay, etc. So and that is driving a commensurate increase in use of force in that group, which is already very disproportionate. And so there are definite issues that we need to tackle in that. And what we're undertaking is a hypothesis-based approach, like what is the mechanism that is driving it, how many are external to the police, socioeconomic, et cetera, and how many are internal to the police or within our control. And we want to advocate in the first case and reform in the second place. And that is something that we're actively doing, as well as engaging with community and doing the quarterly report outs with race-based data. So there's good news, but there's also some shadows.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, it was just maybe by way of follow-up. With the, we have a lot of data now on CEWs, and same thing. I was really pleased to see the trends. The trends are healthy. They're not. You know, we were told we'd just be using these things all the time, and there seems to be a calculation. But I was wondering, because in almost all the cases of CEW use here, 600 plus, 500 plus, they noted attempting de-escalation and then proceeding to use the CEW. I was just wondering, they have to report out on that. Is there an opportunity for review where de-escalation technique didn't work? Sometimes it's just not going to be possible. But is there a chance to review? Could a different set of factors made it possible for me to de-escalate and not use force here? If I had two other officers, if I this, if I that. Is there that sort of review as part of the reporting that the officer does after the use of the weapon?
So, great question. So in terms of the CEW, no other activity,
Specifically, use of force activity is scrutinized as much
yes.
as the use of the CEW.
We really tied
in
you
this
up in policy.
Like, for example, when an officer uses a CEW, right, a report is completed. It's reviewed by a supervisor. It's reviewed by a staff sergeant officer in charge. It's reviewed by a unit complaint coordinator. It then goes to the college, and a use of force analyst reviews the report. And then Serious Sergeant Jason Waters, who is our CEW coordinator, reviews the use and reviews the body-worn camera video of the use of the CEW. So there is no activity that is more scrutinized than the use of every single CEW deployment. To give you an idea, 90% effective when attempting to control a subject across all scenarios, and 78% effective when dealing with individuals of persons in crisis, attempting to control the individual. So we're saving lives, we're reducing injury, and but again, I just want to emphasize that point. Very scrutinized, and as you can see, some of the concerns about increases in use over the years as we rolled out more and more CEWs across the organization, we are not seeing that pattern. So the message has come across, the training has come across, and so I think, like you said, I think we're all on the same page.
Can I add one more thing, Councillor, before we leave that? And it is important because we did talk about last year in our budget cycle about the need for supervision and investment in our ability to hire, because at the end of the day, every sergeant is a police officer out of a car. Why we continue to promote the need for our supervisory ranks to be where they need to be is precisely this. There's oversight at the college, but each and every police officer has a sergeant, a staff sergeant, that we expect them to be attuned to their use of force, reviewing their body-worn cameras, et cetera, et cetera.
So that's where that sort of leadership conversation would take place. Okay, you know, you have to write a report, and all those steps are going to happen now. But bottom line, how did de-escalation work or not work in this situation?
And maybe try this technique versus that technique next time. All those kinds of things happen at the local supervisory level.
Because you'll remember when the community concern when we introduced this was it will be so effective that you'll give up on even learning de-escalation techniques. But there's still, that conversation's still happening. Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any more questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for answering all those questions and giving us a more fulsome explanation. Thank you all also for the report. Wonder if I could have...
I'd like to just speak very briefly to
Oh,
this.
okay, sorry,
Yeah.
Lily, because the
That's
screen
okay.
doesn't show you, so, thank you.
I know, I'm hidden right now. Unfortunately, I have a parent-teacher thing I'm on my way
Sorry.
to, but I just wanted to say that this is really such great news, considering our city is growing, we see complexity rising, but our numbers of use of force is decreasing. And I have to say that one of the proudest moments I had of the Toronto Police Service before I joined the board was in the aftermath of the Yonge Street tragedy. And we saw an officer take down the perpetrator. And many people remarked, especially in the US, how likely it would have been if it was another country or city that that perpetrator would have been shot. And so just there's something really good happening here in terms of the training. And I think this is something that we need to let people know that our police service is doing really well in the area of use of force. So thank you for all the many layers that it takes to get us to this moment.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Any other comments? May I have a motion to receive? Thank you. It was Member Brillinger and seconded by Councillor Carroll. The next, we're getting there. Item number 18, which was a report from our city solicitor, Ms. Wahlberg, and it was into the inquest into the death of an unidentified male, verdict and recommendations of the jury. And we have a deputation from Ms. Corrado.
What I was trying to say is that, what I would say about this issue is that I found this issue incredibly disturbing. A non-speaking man in crisis was shot not only 4 times, in one incident that killed him, but he had been shot and tasered twice before in 2 separate incidents in 2 separate years prior. How the heck did this happen? And he's an anonymous, unidentified man. So nobody ever bothered to ask who this guy was. Non-speaking people are not non-thinking. This man did not choose to be non-speaking. I had a scary encounter where I found myself for the first time being non-speaking. I got lost. Police were called. I guess they, to try to help me. And those police officers, by the way, in that incident were really kind. I have to thank them. But I couldn't speak. I became non-speaking. I became completely mute all of a sudden, and words literally could not come out of my mouth. Thankfully, those police were very kind and patient. And once police got out of my line, I was able to communicate but through writing with somebody else. I would suggest that police carry an augmented and alternative communication device, something like even something as simple as an alphabet chart that people could point to. But if you come across non-speaking people, try to engage with them. I understand this man in this case had a knife, but perhaps he would have responded differently had he not come across armed police. It must be very frustrating and terrifying to find yourself unable to speak and have a bunch of armed people all of a sudden come. If you'd had at the time a community crisis team that could have come, they could have maybe communicated with him and in a way that he would have felt more comfortable. The other thing is, you need to have the community consultative, like the community crisis team, be able to come to calls even if the person has a weapon, because sometimes the police are escalating. So you could have police say at the back, out of the person's view, just in case, just to keep an eye on things, but not have them have to be right in the person's face. And this was emergency task force. I can only imagine how sensory overloading this whole situation was. I can just imagine, just visualize and hear in my mind the sensory overload. No wonder this man was unable to speak. But non-speaking does not mean not thinking, not feeling. these are people who you can still engage with. You just need to find a way of communicating that works for them, and sensory overload does not help.
Thank you, Ms. Corrado. Any questions of Ms. Corrado? Any questions as it related to this report? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve? Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by Board Member Migliore. And last item is the Chief's Administrative Investigative Reports. And we did have a written submission from Ms. Corrado, and I thank her for that. We did have a question. I thought.
We approved this item already.
We did?
Yep.
Okay, well. All right, then may I have a motion to adjourn? The next meeting is December 12th. Thank you. Vice Chair Kostakis, and then seconded by Board Member Migliore. Thank you. Yes.